Hey, hello, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, moms and dads, kids of all ages. Are we live? Let me see here. Let me see if we're live. I'm assuming we're live, so we'll see here. Hey, there we are, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, moms and dads, children of all ages. It's your buddy Uncle Mitch here today. I'm taking over the show because your Uncle Kerry is having a personality transplant. So I will be your host today. No, I'm just kidding. He's actually here. We need both of us to lift that big beast build right up here and continue with it. So without further ado, I hope you're all doing well. Let's bring him on, the man, the myth, not the legend, but here he is coming up from the basement. There he is, your Uncle Kerry.
Hey. Make sure I can. First of all, as far as the personality transplant, thanks for being the donor.
Okay, yeah.
He doesn't have one.
Okay. So.
See, that's comedy.
Yeah. Frank says, great shirt, Mitch. Yeah, I kind of, was not feeling my boy's Toto today, so I'm like, I'll put on something different, and glad you're all joining us. And,
hey, I saw there's a pre-sale of Toto playing with Journey. I think it's Celebrity Theater.
Out at Glendale in April at the football stadium. Yeah. So.
Did you get your tickets?
But Toto's the warm-up. I'm going to go see them.
Toto's the warm-up for Journey?
Yeah, so I'm going to go see them in Tucson at a beautiful venue where they're headlining. They're the band.
But Journey isn't really Journey without Steve Perry, and Toto isn't complete either.
Well, with David,
you get two half bands. Does that make one complete band?
Kind of, yeah.
Welcome in, everybody. Thanks so much for joining us. It's Friday.
Frank says, don't forget to stretch before you lift. Oh, I have my hernia belt, Frank. Let me tell you, I'll notch that up. And yeah, we've got some donations even before the show started. So let's have Kerry give them a shout out while I sip a little water. I'm parched.
Yeah, water.
Water.
Sure.
Yeah. Vodka.
Peter Laycock kicks us off with a 100-pound contribution. Wow, thank you so much, Peter.
Yeah.
Peter says, good evening, Kerry and Mitch. Evening. Scotland. He says, hello, everybody in the chat room from Edinburgh, Bonnie, Scotland. The temperature in Edinburgh is 37 degrees Fahrenheit. I'll catch up tomorrow as I'm up early for work. Have a great time. See you tomorrow.
Okay.
We're not worthy. Thank you, Peter. As always, appreciate your kind words, your support, your generosity. Got to meet that man in person.
Yeah. We got to go.
We got to go to Scotland.
Yeah, got to go.
You think your motorcycle can make it?
Hoot, man, hoot. Yeah.
Rice Star Man contributes $20. He said, Merry Christmas. When are you going to get JJ from ASUS back? That was a very good tutorial on routers and Wi-Fi. Well, thank you, Rice Star Man. I haven't had time. I've been shipping like crazy. How many computers did I get out?
3 this week, if not 4. He's a shipping madman.
Well, I got, plus the 2 I delivered locally. I think I got 6 or 7 out this week.
There you go.
So I'm starting to get some free space in here, and I still have 3 more to ship. I got to get Moddies done.
Yeah.
I'm upgrading my personal rig over at Studio A with an 11900K, and I've got 1 more that's got to ship out. 2 more. I got to get one for Patrick Rusaw. 1, 2, 3. That's 4 more. I have to have done by Wednesday.
Because that's the cutoff.
Well, I'm not shipping anything after December 15th. FedEx is already so backed up right now. That package I sent to Michigan was supposed to be there on Monday, and it had no tracking update for 4 days. It just said it was in Phoenix. Even after 7 days after shipping, it showed it was still in Phoenix with no update for 4 days. And then it arrived in Michigan. It was a total of 9 days, even though it was supposed to arrive on a Monday initially. And then they sent an update saying it would arrive the next day after I shipped it. And he was all excited. He's like, oh, it's coming early. I'm like, no, there's no way I didn't ship it air. It's going ground. They can't drive that fast. So you got teased a little bit with it, but it arrived in good condition. Nothing's broken, and that's the main thing.
Yeah.
But shipping is very, very slow right now. Cowboy Rowdy contributes $10. He said, I forgot which email to use to send an Amazon gift card. You would use Kerry@kerryholzman.com. I used to have it as a text on the screen, but yeah, just my name, Kerry@kerryholzman.com. I was going to say there's a link in the video notes, but the link, you still have to enter the email address manually. It just takes you to the gift card part of Amazon.
Okay.
So thank you for the $10 contribution. Scroll down. Oh, Rick Lakes contributes $40. He says, I want to pay you for today's live stream. Right on,
Hey,
Rick.
Rick,
Thank you so much. Hey, there's Bob Counters.
Speak of the devil. Yeah.
Contributes $5. He says, here's a token of my appreciation for all you two do. Well, thank you so much, Bob. Hope he's enjoying his new computer. Michael Dane contributes $5.
The man. So,
He says, greetings, Professor Carey and Mitch the leg end. Did he just call you a foot?
no, legend. Yeah.
Oh, legend.
Legend.
Well, I'm just thinking, what's at the end of a leg?
Yeah.
A foot.
Yeah. So a leg end. Yeah. No, that's legend. Yeah.
I see. Like a map?
Yeah. Yeah. An atlas. All right.
1 inch equals 1 mile? What else? Patrick Rousseau says hello. Rest in peace, Zynos build. What does that mean? There's supposed to be some updates on the Zynos build coming, but not till after the new year. We have to do the Big Beast build today because, you know, that project, the Big Beast project, started as a channel project. Invested the money from contributions and the money that I get from YouTube
Into that build. Yeah.
into the ultimate, most expensive, most elaborate build I've ever done. And the total cost when it's all said and done, with no profit on it, is going to be close to the $10,000 mark. With the 3090 graphics card is going to make up at least $2,000 of that,
Okay.
right? But there's also the 8 terabyte drive that's $1,000. The CPU was like $1,500 or $1,700. The case was $550. The power supply was nearly $400 just for the power supply.
Ooh.
Plus we have the second motherboard, the second CPU, the second cooler, the second SID RAM.
Yep.
We have 256 gigs of RAM, which is insane. And somebody reached out to me and said, will you sell it to me? And I said, how do I ship it? He said, I'll pick it up.
Okay.
Are you sure? I mean, this is a $10,000 computer. I mean, I'm happy to customize it. You know, we can take some of the RAM out or put a smaller NVMe, or if you don't want the 3090. And he's thinking he's going to want it exactly the way I build it. But I said, you know, if you change your mind. Anyway, I got a deposit for half of the amount. So he's serious. So the fun Big Beast build is now work.
Okay.
So as a fun little project to do on the side, remember I told you I don't even know what I'm going to do with it. Once
Right.
we make the video, so it's kind of stretching it out, making as many videos. I got to recoup that $10,000
Right.
some way. And then you were like, well, what are you going to do with it? Where's it going to go? I said, I don't know. I could strip the parts and use the parts somewhere else, but the case, even the case itself is too big to ship.
Yeah.
So at the very least, I'm going to be stuck with a $600, $550
Case.
It's like $600 when you include sales tax. Arizona's 10% tax, so you're right at about $600 on it. So I'm not going to tell you who the buyer is. All in due time.
Yeah.
Hey, there's Luke Greenia joining us from
Hey.
Vermont using the Musitex computer that
Ah.
I sent to him.
You talk while I stretch while we get ready to.
Yeah, I got to wheel this thing out and get it up on the bench here.
My neck.
XRod666 contributes $10. He says, howdy, it's been a while. Welcome in. Thank you so much, XRod, for contributing to the channel. John Craig, joining us from London, said, I just upgraded to an i9 11900K, and I'm very happy with the result. Early Christmas present. Well, thank you for the contribution, John. And speaking of the 11900K, it's on sale today. Remember I said, if it was under $500, that was the time to buy. Today at Amazon, it's $459. $459.
And that's the one that we ran last week, where we did the test.
Yeah, it
on?
never broke 73 degrees.
Yeah.
So I'll show you the Amazon page. Now, I don't know how long it's going to be at that price. I may not be at that price. What am I trying to say? It could go off this price any minute.
Okay.
Or maybe it'll stay that price. Maybe it'll go cheaper. I have no idea, but I've never seen it that low. So 10% sales tax in Arizona, that means when I buy that, it's just a few pennies under $500. But that is what I'm upgrading my office computer to right there.
How many cores and threads? I forget.
8
Was it
cores,
12?
16 threads.
Yeah.
And the cores are all running at like over 5 gigahertz, which is what made
Yeah.
the 9900 KS so special.
Yeah.
Well, this blows the 9900 KS out of the water.
Yeah.
And have you seen what they want for a 9900 KS? I was showing that to Mitch earlier today.
Mucho dinero. All right.
So the 9900 KS was a limited edition processor. They only made a certain amount of those, and it was $629
Okay.
if you could get one at that price. And I remember talking to Madi and saying, we were talking about building another computer, and he hadn't made up his mind what he wanted. And I said, look, they're in stock at $629, buy it. We can figure everything else later. Everything else out we'll figure out later. Right now, just buy this. And he did. And I said, I promise you it's going to go up in value. Now, here's the thing. This at $1278 is nothing. If you scroll down here to the scalpers,
Okay.
get a load of this. $19.59, $21.99. You've got to be out of your freaking mind.
You can buy 4 of them for that.
You could.
Yeah.
When they were new, well, 3 and have some money left over to go
Over.
out to dinner, a nice dinner. Yeah, $6.29 versus $21.99.
Nice dinner at Wendy's? No, a real nice dinner.
So I pay attention to who these sellers are.
Okay.
Like this Super Phoenix and this topbestbuy.com. And I try to make a mental note not to buy anything from sellers that do this. So if I happen to be, shopping for something else and I see that it's coming from a recognizable name, I don't even care if they're selling it at a bargain. I don't want to give them my business because
Yeah.
this is offensive.
Yeah.
It's bad enough at $1278.
Right.
And what made this chip so special is that it would run at 5 gigahertz across every single core. A lot of people fail to realize that the turbo speed means that one core hits the turbo speed momentarily. It's not supposed to maintain it.
Okay.
What overclockers do is they try and get that as the normal speed to run it, which takes up a lot of electricity, creates a lot of heat. You got to have added cooling. It's almost like abusive to silicon. We need, instead of child protective services, we need chip protective services to come out and arrest these people for abusing their chips. But the 11900K was breaking 5 gigahertz across all the cores.
As we proved last week. Yeah.
And as you can see from the prices, it's far more affordable than a 9900 KS. And so that's what we did. We built that one for Madi.
I'm jealous.
And I have to change out his fans for Noctuas, and then I have to fix up the cable management, and then that can be shipped out next week. And I'm going to ship it without the graphics card.
Right.
I just want him to have the computer before the holidays.
Yep.
I don't think he even needs the graphics card, but we have his old board, his old 9900 KS, his old cooler, and his old GPU. We almost have enough to build a whole nother system. So I told Madi we'd talk about it after the first of the year. In the meantime, he could start using the computer,
Yeah.
and that gives me time to RMA that back to. I'm pointing like they could see it.
Yeah.
It's sitting on the counter. So anyway, that's a really good deal on the 11900K, and I pair it with the B560 HD3, which Newegg just had on sale for $89.99.
And Uncle Kerry snapped them up.
I bought 10 of them.
Okay.
Because even on Amazon, if we go back to my screen capture, let's go back to, where's my screen capture? Right here. If we look at, search for B560 HD3, that's not a bad price. And what I love so much about the motherboard, first of all, it is the Gen 4, PCIe Generation 4.
Okay.
But you can use Generation 3. You don't have to spend more money for a more expensive drive. But my customers who already have, they don't want to have to replace their monitors.
Yeah, look at your choice here.
Yeah, you've got
nice.
all 4 video outputs. You've got VGA, DVI, HDMI, and DisplayPort. And given the graphics card shortage, I was talking to Mitch earlier. I'm like, you don't really hear the AMD fanboys really as loudly anymore ever since the GPU shortage. I've got the old streaming computer here for me to rebuild, and it occurs to me that's an AMD 3700X. There's no built-in graphics.
So you would need.
So I was gonna refurbish it and sell it to one of the viewers or offer it for sale. But now I'm like, well, I got to come up with a graphics card or the thing's useless.
Yeah, and we know how scarce those are.
Well, you know, the 1050s, you can buy those now for about $350. $300, $350, which is a little bit more than they sold for, about $100 over. I don't think the prices are going to get any lower than that. But at least they're in stock and you can buy them. So as a very baseline, you know, throwing not a 1050, is it a 3050? Well, now I'm confused. Hold on a minute.
So what else
all
is
these,
new?
yeah, well, all these numbers, the chip numbers, GPU numbers,
yeah.
AMD's numbers, chipset numbers. Let's see. What was I looking up? My brain just went blank. I wanted, over at Newegg, I wanted to look up, the 1650. That's what I was thinking of. So if we type in 1650,
you got a 1050 there. Let's
let's go back and capture the screen so everybody can see what we're seeing here. You see add to cart, it's in stock. 390, 356.
Okay.
So, you know, before there was no add to cart. So
Right.
we are getting, you know, add to cart on the 1650s. You're just trying to see what the cheapest one was. This was on sale, but it looks like, oh yeah, that's, there you go. $5 off with the coupons here, $320 for a 1650 OC.
Okay.
So it's crazy times we're living in where I'm saying, hey, that's a good deal. And I'm making a big deal about the fact that it's actually in stock and you can order it. But I'm trying to think where the cutoff is. If we do the 1660, do they have any of those? Look at the price jump.
Whew.
1660 Ti jumps to $650. Here's one for $598. That's significantly more. But the minute you try and get into a 30 series, there's still nothing. Last I checked. 3070. Oh, look at here. There's a 3070 in stock. That's a lot of money for a $600 card.
Yeah.
And let's see, 3080. Ooh. Not even in, right? Or I guess it is. Here's the ASUS. View details is add to cart. Yeah. But notice it's not shipping from Newegg. Pay attention. This is something you got to watch on Newegg. You may be ordering it from a third-party seller and not even realize it. And then finally, what's going into the big beast build, although not today, we're going to do everything but this, is the 3090. Oh my Lord! Holy moly!
Phew.
And this is not even the one I have. I have the EVGA 3090, which I don't even see listed for sale.
Yeah.
But look, it's in stock. But again, it's not coming from Newegg.
You can drive it home today. Oh no. Yeah.
Yeah, can you imagine? You're going to be on a 60-month payment plan.
Yeah. What'll it take to get you into this graphics card today?
Let me take this over to the finance
Yeah.
guy. I'm going to leave you in the room alone for a few minutes.
And have them sweat you down.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
That's funny. Yeah, you're going to have to close escrow on your new graphics card.
Wow.
Yeah. Isn't that something?
Wow.
So big beast build, price just went up.
Yeah.
Well, the value went up. The price is, I'm locked in on the price. But yeah, I can't wait to share the buyer with everybody. Well, we're going to make a big deal about it.
Yeah.
And then, you know, I always get that question, what's the most expensive computer you've ever built? Well, now,
We're about to show you if we can lift it up here.
yeah, should we go get it?
The keyword is if. Yeah, let's roll it, you know.
Let me just make
You
sure.
roll it, I'll stay on camera. You roll it.
Richard says carry DDR5 memory is at $3,500. Yeah, wait till after the first of the year for all that stuff. Ghost Trucker 60 contributes $50. He says answering questions on Facebook. Well, thank you so much, Ghost Trucker. I appreciate that. Hey, there's Frankie B. Frankie contributes $20. He says here's a little something for the eye, and both of you keep rocking on for the eye.
Is that an I or an L? I can't tell. Hey, that rhymes. Yeah. Huh?
Well, thank you, Frankie.
Okay.
I'm not quite sure what you're saying there. And I shared this news with Mitch earlier, but I'm so excited about this. You know how I feel about my glasses?
Yeah.
Well, I am so excited because, let me find the article. I want to show it to everybody. So anybody who's over 40 can appreciate this, or most people over 40. As soon as I find the article, oh, I saw Michael Nesmith of the Monkees died today.
Yeah, 78.
78 years old. How many Monkees are left?
One.
Just one, huh? And Al Unser, the Indy 500 winner, he died. He's 82. But, all right, so I'm trying to find...
Yeah, where was that article?
I have a hard time finding it. I need my glasses. Here it is.
Right there.
All right. So let me share this with everybody. I'm so excited about this. Check this out. Newly approved eye drops could replace reading glasses for millions of middle-aged people.
That's you. All right.
Damn right it's me.
Yeah.
I'm glad I'm not a dumb kid anymore, but I'm also not a...
Old fud like me.
Yeah, see? Drug is called Vuity.
Vuity? Oh.
And it hit the market yesterday. It just got FDA approval. And what's that pronounced? Presbyopia? Apparently that's what I have, where trying to read things that...
Your arm's not long enough. Yeah,
yeah I can't.
Yeah.
The closer it is to my face, the more I can't see it. Anyway, they say it's going to be about $80 for a 30-day supply. Insurance probably won't cover it. They say 85% of people 40 years old or older suffer from presbyopia. I'm sure I'm pronouncing that wrong. And it's a once daily. We were curious how often you have to do it.
Okay.
Once a day eye drop. It appears to be safe and effective. Then they say the price hasn't been announced, but they said it'd be about $80. So I am totally excited.
Yeah.
And they said it works best for people between the ages of 40 and 55. So you're way out of it, Mitch.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Actually, it still may work. They're just saying that
Right.
their studies show it was more effective on people in that age group.
Yeah.
So what does that have to do with computers? Nothing. But
He hates wearing his glasses.
I hate those glasses so much. I was over at a client's yesterday, and I was activating his Malwarebytes for him. I had to, enter his product code, and he saw me kind of struggling. He goes, "Put your glasses on, Kerry." I'm like, "No, no, no, no." It's pretty bad when the customer's, taking the place of my mother.
Yeah.
All right, I'm getting the big beast.
And I only, of course, Chad, I only wear my my contact lenses when I'm either auditioning or I have a job and they don't want me wearing glasses, so I'm like, it's your choice, I can wear my regular glasses or contacts. If they say contacts, I bounce them in. I don't like them, but because these are, progressive as well. So look at the size of that.
Okay, so here's all of the
Okay.
components. Yeah, I forgot. You know how much his motherboard was?
$100. No.
$750 for that.
That's
motherboard.
right. Yeah.
I was telling JJ about that. JJ goes, "Oh, that's a heavy motherboard." I go, "Oh yeah, yeah." I can definitely confirm he's right. You get dollar for pound a good value.
Okay.
But so we've got the two fans to add. These are RGB controllers because they don't give you enough
Okay.
to mount the 8 fans. I'm not even sure how all this hooks up yet. We're going to kind of figure it out as we go.
Have we got room here for it? Here and
No, I
this?
need to move this somewhere else. You can leave that stuff there. I wanted to show everybody that we have what is this fan for? Oh, this is the cooler for the
second motherboard.
for the second motherboard, the Mini-ITX board.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with this cooler right here. I think someone in the audience recommended it. So whoever that was, thank you. I think that's going to be ideal.
Low profile?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. And we don't want to have RGB. We don't want to draw attention away from the main system. So we want that second motherboard to just kind of be subtle.
Mm-hmm.
And let me find a place to put this over here. Keep pulling my microphone off. This is that back plate that comes off. Okay. So if you don't want to put a second motherboard in it, this plate covers up the I/O hole and the I think the power supply hole as well. Yeah, because I think the power supply would be on this part, and then the I/O is on this part. So that'll stay off. All right, Mitchell.
Ooh, it's my bones. All right.
Let me take the cover off of it. I keep it covered up.
And then, if memory serves me right, you removed both side panels.
Yeah, we got to get the glass off of it.
Yeah.
So what were you talking about when I was getting the big beast? You were.
Oh, with contact lenses. I mean, I only wear them when I'm acting or auditioning because, I don't know, I've tried them all. You know, hard, softs, this, you know, and it just, every time I blink, my brain goes, you know, you have a little something in your
Oh,
and you know,
you feel them, huh?
And the doctor would go, well, you'll get used to that if you wear them, you know, every day for 12 hours a day. I'm like, yeah.
When I put my contacts in, the hardest part was just putting my finger in my eye.
Yeah.
But then once they were in, I really didn't think about it until, as the day went on, my eyes started to feel really dry. It wasn't painful, but it was, you know.
But could you read then up close stuff? Were they the type of?
They were just colored contacts.
Oh.
They didn't. I think I had some corrective where like one lens was corrective and the other one wasn't. And supposedly your brain automatically shifts when you're
Yeah.
reading. But those didn't work very well for me.
Yeah.
I didn't.
Yeah. My eye doctor.
I still had to grab glasses.
Yeah, my eye doctor said, you know, I can give you one for distance and one for up close, and your brain will. I said, no, I'm going to stop you right there. My brain won't like it, and I know I won't like it. Eventually, you get used to it. I'm like, no.
Yeah, you know, you could probably get used to living with arthritis too. Doesn't mean I want to.
Yeah.
Just because you can,
Yeah.
doesn't mean you should.
Yeah.
All right, you want to help me here?
Yeah, I don't remember. Did you
you
wheel
want-
it? Did you wheel it about here? But then you can't. I guess we'll just have to do it. Are you going to be able to get around? And same with me. I'm going to step off camera, chat, because you know.
I think this is how we've always done it.
Yeah, where did I grab?
You're going to want to grab, well, I'm going to grab from the bottom with one hand and from the underside of the top with the other hand.
Okay.
See what I'm doing?
Yeah, I don't want to pull my mic. Yeah, right from here. Gotcha. On
Use
three.
your knees,
Yeah,
not your
yeah,
back.
Yeah, on three.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
Oh, this isn't too bad.
Yeah, with two, it's okay. I would never lift this alone, but.
Perfect. Oh, and there goes my back.
Yeah.
All right, you know what? Let's turn it so everybody can see the end. Nobody wants to see the front of it. Got to give them the money shot.
Okay. Ooh. Okay.
There it is.
Go ahead and block.
Now I need a break.
Go ahead and block Mitch.
I need a day off.
Just the eyes. The eyes.
Just the contacts.
Just the contact.
Now I want to move the dolly out of the way because we'll trip over that, I can almost guarantee.
Okay.
Now, my mention of the 11900K has nothing to do with the big beast build. This is a whole different level of parts. This is more server, almost like we're right just a smidgen below server level here of these parts. 256 gigs of RAM. We've got the 420 degree cooler, is it? Mm-hmm. We've got all the fans installed, but we haven't wired them up yet. We have to do that today. We have to add 2 more fans to the back.
Okay.
And this is just the stock Intel heatsink on the Mini-ITX board. You'll see the matching RAM. Same exact RAM, but smaller capacity on this one, I think. These, I think, are all 32 gigs each times 8. And these, I have to double check. I can't remember what I put in here. And remember, I couldn't find my video card because it's been in here the whole time. This is that 1650 that doesn't require power, which makes it really ideal for when I'm testing.
Yep.
So I don't have, it's one less thing I got to plug in. And I suppose the first thing we should do is just fire it up and let's make sure this thing still works. So, yeah, let's do that.
2 power supplies, 2 motherboards.
So I'm only going to fire up the main. There's 2 power supplies, so we're only going to hook up the main one for right now.
Okay.
Because I don't have the ability to. I'm going to have to use like a KVM switch or something to switch between the 2 systems. It's the same as having 2 different computers. They just happen to be housed in the same case. So this motherboard down here needs its own keyboard, mouse, monitor, speakers. It needs its own operating system. It needs its own updates and antivirus. It's twice the maintenance. You need 2 power cables, but a KVM switch will allow you to share your keyboard, your video, and your mouse, KVM.
And you just press
switch
one
back.
button.
Yeah,
just switch one button and
then you can use the one keyboard. So the keyboard, mouse, monitor, and sometimes speakers, they plug into a little box. And then the box has cables that you run out to each board. And they make 4-way and 8-way KVM switches. When I used to work in the server room back in the my corporate days, we used to have the KVM switches in the server room, and they were massive. So you had one master keyboard and mouse, and you can control all 60 servers with that one keyboard and mouse. But what sucked is when you passed it, you hit the button so quick, you got to go all the way back around again. Okay, keyboard and mouse, let me hand that to you, and I'll let you do that. And we need to plug in video and internet. So I got my video here. Got my internet here. Ooh, that seems a little bit. I put the box on top of the cable, and I don't want to trip over the cable. So we'll just move this around here a little bit, like so. Okay. Turn these on.
they're on.
Oh, you already turned them on. And then a contribution just came in. I missed. Where did it go? George contributes 20 Canadian dollars. He says, hello. There I am. Hello, Mr. Holzman. My computer CPU is on its last legs. I'm looking for an upgrade sometime next week. I have an i5 7500, and I've seen Intel release a new 12th gen CPU. Would an i5 12600 be all right compared to my current one? That's a good question. While I answer it, let's turn this on. So we'll make sure we have the switch on. The power switch to turn the other motherboard on is in the back of the machine. To turn the main board on, the power switch is in the front. I can't see it though.
Take a chance. Are they spinning?
Yeah, I hear a fan turning, and let's go to the HDMI. This is very difficult. It's so big. Where's my HDMI? There it is, right there. And then let's put us in a... I think it's already booting. All right, I'm going to leave it there. It sounds like it's starting up. It's very quiet. Let me come around here and see if I can... Oh yeah, it's all lit up, isn't it? So hopefully we'll get some video out of it here. You can barely see up here the colors on those fans.
Pretty.
But why are we not getting a video signal? CPU, oh, it's got this little screen right here, and it's running through the diagnostics.
Okay. There you go.
Hey, all right. Took a while, didn't it? So George, to answer your question, I don't recommend the 12th generation Intel chips yet. And the reason for that, and take that AMD fanboys who say I'm an Intel fanboy, you'll find I'm very consistent about being very reluctant to recommend anything that just came out. The 12th generation chip is a completely different chip design. Uses something, a combination of 2 different types of cores. As a result, it's not ideal for gaming because it actually creates more latency, these low energy cores. So if you're wanting it for gaming, it's not a good choice. If you want absolute most frames per second. But the chip just came out, and there's going to be a lot more models of 12th generation chips. Intel only released 3 of them. After the new year, Intel will release more models of the 12th gen. But in order to take advantage of those E-cores, you really need to have Windows 11. And I think Windows 11 is too new to recommend. So you only have a choice of 3 different models of CPU. There are no budget motherboards for 12th gen. You're looking at $270. I'd say at least $250 and up for a 12th gen motherboard. If the motherboard requires DDR5 RAM, good luck finding any. So I've got a 12th gen board and a 12th gen CPU that still takes DDR4. And I'll do that next week. We'll put it together. And I'll have to use Windows 11 on that build. And then I'll use it as an experiment, as a guinea pig for me to get familiar with. In about 6 months, I'll probably start recommending it, unless something catastrophic happens. But if you're going to be an early adopter, be prepared to deal with problems and to wait and wait and wait, because you'll be one of the first people to experience those problems. You'll have to wait for the manufacturers to address it with updates. In 6 months, all of that should already be solved, and so all of the early pioneers went through all that expense and limited availability and limited choice. After the first of the year, they'll have more to choose from. There'll be better budget motherboards, and hopefully DDR5 will come down in price and be more available. So the build I'll be doing featuring a 12th gen is right here. And I'm just doing this for the channel. I'm not selling this to anybody because, like I said, it's too new. But this is one of the cheapest boards I could find. Okay. This was $270 plus sales tax. I mentioned it's about 10% sales tax, so it's about $300 for the board. This will take DDR4, it says right on it, DDR4. The chip was on sale. It's a 12600K i5. And if we put Windows 10 on this, it's pointless buying a 12th gen with Windows 10. You have to have Windows 11 to take advantage of the performance. So that we'll pair that with a Scythe Mugen 5 and some DDR4 RAM, and I'll build it outside of the box, and that'll be a video next week. I don't recommend any new technology to people ever, unless it's just a polished, like when Intel went from first gen to second gen to third, well, those generations are the same, those are basically the same chip. They're just very lightly refined. It's not a whole new architecture. And even though this is a 12th generation, the E-cores are a whole new concept. It's never been done before from Intel on a consumer level of things. And we'll have to see how it plays out in reality. It may be something they reverse track on, or we might see more of it in the future. If it, you know, in productivity, it's supposed to be far superior. But in gaming, it'll actually create some latency in your games. So what I would recommend for you is an 11th gen or a 10th gen, the 10600 or 11600K, and pair it with the motherboard I recommend, either the B460 in the case of 10th gen or the B560 in the case of 11th gen. So the B560 HD3, which is what I just had on the screen, and of course there's the B460 HD3, both from Gigabyte. There are no frills motherboard. Look at our connection, doesn't look that good there. Getting some drop frames. Hope everybody's seeing us okay. I don't know, that's very unusual for that to happen. But in any event, yeah, the 10600K, I think I have one here. Let's see. Yeah, this is funny. Check this out, Mitch.
What have you got here?
Here, come over here for a second. Hold these. So this is a 9th gen. This is a 9900K. This is a 10th gen. This is a 10700K, which is a great chip, by the way. This is an 11th gen. This is an 11600K. And then, of course, what I just showed you, the 12th gen. So there's 9, 10, 11, and 12.
But not lucky 13.
I will probably never have all 4 generations of chip brand new in a box at the same time ever again. The fact that the 9th gen is still being sold, it's not obsolete. It's still a chip you can buy today, and plenty of motherboards available. Same is true with the 10th and 11th and now the new 12th. They're all current. 4 generations are current at the same time.
Okay.
That's insanity. We've never seen anything like that. So I'll be moving as much to 11th gen as possible and staying away from the 12th gen for customers probably until summertime. And that will tie in also with what I'm hoping will be some improvements on Windows 11 so I can start recommending it. But obviously, with the 12th gen, you don't really have any choice. You've got to run Windows 11.
And chat, I'm sticking with Windows 10 myself. I've got 4 desktops at my house, and good until October 2025. That's good enough for me.
And what I'm building for myself and what I built for Madi, remember how the 11900 came in this box? Right? Well, that didn't last too long. They've already switched it to a regular box.
And got rid of the...
Well, I think they're still using the fancy box on whatever the flagship chip is. So the flagship will be a 12900. So I think that's why Intel does this. I think whatever is the flagship is the one they waste the packaging material on. And as soon as they get rid of the packaging like this, the price dropped by $50.
Woo!
Right? So you're paying for that packaging, top dollar. That's just going to go in the dump. But good question there. Appreciate the question. And while we're idling here, let's hit Windows Update. And I'm sure there's a number of updates that have come out. Oh, that mouse looks so tiny.
You need those eye drops right now.
Well, this resolution is terrible.
Yeah,
I've got to change this to, oh, I can't even see. This is really bad. This is in 4K. Ever since I got the 4K capture card, everything's defaulting to 4K on me. So let me see if I can address that. Display settings, let's go to 1920 by 1080. Display resolution. Oh, it won't even let me change it. I wonder why. Oh, probably because it's getting an update. Whoopsie.
Never mind.
Whoopsie. I had closed that window out. So it's downloading the NVIDIA display driver. I'll let that finish before I restart. So in any event, let me get back to the chat room here. This is so hard to do.
You're hiding behind, yeah.
Jim says, I'd hate lifting that thing. Oh, definitely.
It's a two-person job. It's a two-man job. I would not alone.
Planet Cryos with a $10 contribution said, I already had an 11600K coming, and I just ordered an 11900K, being that they're on sale. Let me not forget to say hi to both of you. Well, thank you, Planet Cryos, for the contribution. You'll see he's been busy at work with those edits.
Yeah.
He got a lot of edits out of that JJ interview.
Yeah.
In fact, I think there's still about 2 more I have to publish yet, but I didn't want to flood everybody with, because ASUS ain't paying me. All right, let me just be clear on that.
It was a good show.
But I do need to talk to JJ. I haven't talked to him since to have him come out and talk about 12th generation motherboards they're offering.
Yep.
And they've got some new AMD stuff he wants to talk about too. But I think that's going to probably happen next year. I don't think we're going to have time to get him in
here this year. Yeah.
Maybe, but nothing is scheduled right now. We still have the 60% off RoboForm, but it's for new customers only. You go to roboform.com/carry. No coupon code is needed. 60% off makes it like $9 and change. It's really, for a year subscription, if you've never used a password manager before, you'll wonder how you ever lived without it. Right now, we're not offering any specials for renewals. This is just for new customers through the holiday season.
Okay.
And then I'll see if I can twist their arm a little bit in the new year for renewals.
Okay.
Because I'm a big believer in rewarding loyalty. But for right now, during the holiday season, new clients only 60% off RoboForm. roboform.com/carry.
You want it, you need it, you must have it.
We're talking about doing a membership here on YouTube. And what I'm going to do with, I think we are going to do the memberships, but I won't do any more giveaways except to members. I think that's the way it's going to go. So there's going to be a lot of giveaways. So whatever the monthly fee is, it will pay for itself. You'll either get maybe a free year of Malwarebytes, maybe you get a free year of RoboForm, maybe you'll get the the computers that I've been giving away, that's only going to be for members from this point forward. And of course, generous contributors as always, but as far as like just the random public, I've been rewarding the wrong people, it seems. And I want to make sure that the people who are helping this community to exist are increasing the odds of them getting something, maybe a free keyboard. I've got a bunch of these, let me find it. My favorite keyboard is this Corsair K55. My microphone again. Here, can you hold that for me? I have to put my microphone back. All right, thanks. So these keyboards, I love this keyboard. Corsair doesn't pay, I don't have any relationship with Corsair at all. They don't know I'm doing this. But I love that it's got macro keys and you can program the keys and it'll play back whatever you type. So for example, if something wants my email address, I can hit the macro key and it types my email address in. Or if I sign every email, thank you, Carrie thank you, comma, enter, Carrie Holzman, I set a macro key for that. And there's no software. It remembers the macro keys on non-volatile memory in the keyboard. You can unplug the keyboard, go plug it into a different computer, and the macros don't have to be reprogrammed. It remembers them. So I'm going to be giving away some of these, but that's all going to be benefits of membership. And so the membership is, the goal is that you will get more in value from your membership than what your membership will cost.
Yeah.
That's the way it's going to be. There's still going to be free content. Let me be clear on that. There's still going to be free content. But there's going to be content that the people who aren't members will never see. Hey, look, I got a hummingbird. Sorry, I don't. You see him?
Yeah.
A squirrel moment. I guess that's a hummingbird moment.
Yeah.
Anyway, I've given this a lot of thought. And some of the people, some of the issues were that they think if I set it at $25 a month, it's too much, that $10 a month would be better. But if you're getting a $30 license to Malwarebytes for $25, plus you're having exclusive content, plus you're entering into giveaways that you have better odds of being chosen. The giveaways for keyboards and hardware have to be limited to the United States, but for software like Malwarebytes or RoboForm, that can go anywhere in the world. So people out of the country can still benefit from the membership as well. I'll talk more about that when we get it more solidified, but I wanted to share my thoughts with you on it. Can you scroll that? It looks like I missed a couple contributions.
Okay. Up or down? Up?
Yeah. So, well, Philip Musto contributes $5. He says, great job, Carrie and Mitch. Hey, thank you, Philip. Scroll up past Philip's, because I guess that's scrolling now. Okay, that's Planet Cryos. Okay. Then it was Philip. Right there. Zdravko contributes 250 HRK. I forgot what HR, is that Romanian? HRK? Hold on, I have to look this up.
Okay.
Every time. You'd think I'd remember it by now. Let's see. That's Croatian kunas. That's about $37.60 US. Thank you, Zdravko. Appreciate your generosity. And Ricky B contributes 20 bucks. I got to step back over here again. Ricky says, I have a Synology DS1520 NAS and I want to install 2 NVMe drives for read-write cache. Now, Synology has cache-specific Synology NVMe 400 gig drives, or can I use 2 Sabre and 1 terabyte Rocket NVMe drives I already have? I don't know. I've never used the cache on a NAS, and your network speed is still the same. I don't think the cache is going to benefit you, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think where the cache is going to help you is, let's say you had an office building and you've got several employees reading and writing to the NAS simultaneously. I think the cache is going to make those data transfers happen faster, but the data transfer speed over your networking cables is still limited to about 120 megabytes a second. Well, 130, somewhere in there, right? So no matter how much cache you put into the NAS, your transfer rate's not getting any faster. But if multiple people are trying to access data off of the NAS at the same time, I believe that's where you'll benefit from the cache. Otherwise, I think you're just wasting your money. But I've never used it, and I could be wrong. And if so, please correct me in the chat room, because, you know, we can all learn. How's your NAS working, Mitch?
With the new power cord, it's working great.
So you were kind of
I was sweating. I want to tell you, when that said that it was the motherboard, I was like, well, there's a new NAS and it's only 3 years old. So
Can we scroll that down for me, please?
yeah.
Vern says, I like that keyboard. Do you know that keyboard? You know what? Let me come back over here.
You gave me one, and I like it. I like using it. I still like using it.
If you don't like it, give it back.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. Let me go over here to...
Okay.
This is so weird.
Two disembodied voices hiding behind a monster build. All right, yeah.
Let me go back to Amazon.
Okay.
And it's a Corsair K55.
Now it is wired, chat.
Yeah, it's a wired.
It's
Well, you
wired,
don't want a
yeah.
wireless keyboard. What's the point of a wireless keyboard? That doesn't even make any sense to me. Do I have the model number wrong? Isn't it a K55? What did the box say? Yeah, it's a K55. Give me a second here. I want to show the chat room something. Don't buy it yet, because I'm going to show you something. If I can find it, Corsair K55 keyboard RGB. You can turn the RGB off on it, thank goodness. It's killing me. You know what? I think it's in my Amazon store. Let's see. Let's go to amazon.com/shop/Kerry Holzman. And when you bring this site up, let me share it with the audience. I'll show you. Go over here, and you'll see production equipment that I want. This one says deals now. If I click on this one, there's the keyboard. Oh, they're sold out. They sell them refurbished for $29.99.
Wow.
All right. So that's what I wanted to show you, but that's why I couldn't find it, because it's out of stock. But brand new, I think I've seen them as cheap as $34.99. Here, this item is available in new condition for $49, but I've seen them go for $35. And it does come with the wrist rest. I don't use it, but I love the keyboard. It's not mechanical, but it has a mechanical feel to it.
Yep.
Yeah, and it's very quiet. I'm a loud typer. I type with purpose.
Name the movie.
Sandra Bullock.
No, Up in the Air with George Clooney and Anna Kendrick. They were on.
Oh,
a
it was
plane.
Anna Kendrick.
Yeah, and he's like, "Why are you typing so loud?" I type with purpose.
I was thinking it was Sandra Bullock in that movie Hacker. or
Nobody
whatever.
can stump Mr. Movies.
Yeah,
All right,
you caught me.
yeah. Are we ready to? Did you get that driver yet? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to restart.
Okay.
If it's going to let me.
Yeah.
There we go. So we'll restart that, and we'll hit some more Windows updates before we continue with the build. We got the front fans to hook up. That's a lot of cabling. That's 8 fans that need power and 8 fans that need RGB wiring to each one. Plus, we have to add the 2 additional fans back here.
Okay.
Can we scroll the chat? Here, Michael Dane says, I just gave away my 80th rebuild to a veteran here a couple of days ago, and he loves it. He got a computer that's a 6th gen. Oh, where did he go?
Oh, I'm all thumbs today.
Yeah, just
yeah. Oh, well, yeah, now we're
click
okay.
down here.
Click down here.
Click on that. There you go. And then scroll, put the mouse there and roll the wheel.
And roll the wheel.
As long as the mouse is over it, it should automatically.
Where's Michael?
Keep going, keep going, keep going. Right there, wait.
There he is, yeah.
He says, just gave away my 80th rebuild to a veteran here a couple of days ago. He loves it. He got a computer that's a 6th gen Intel i5 with a new monitor and a keyboard and a free month of internet.
Nice.
I want to be your neighbor. Won't you be my neighbor? Do me a favor. Click. Never mind. I need to do this. There's two different mice that need to be used for this. So we'll go over here and click continue. Don't want to change anything.
Michael Dane, the man. I hope you're feeling well and healthy and
Yeah, it sounds like he's back to his good old self there.
Very nice.
Go back to Windows updates.
I'm impressed. If you can.
Aziz Scroll.
Yes, sir.
That's funny. That's from Frank Jimmy.
Yeah.
Larry wants to know, are you going to pull the base off when you're finished today? I don't know that. Yeah, I'm gonna try and get the base off today. Yeah. There's Photo Ray joining us. Hey, Photo Ray. Francisco M contributes 50 Norwegian kroner. Hello, Kerry. Greetings from Norway again. Getting colder, close to Christmas. A high-end CPU won't need extra cooling here. Yeah. Veruhin Kolustian contributes $1. I'm sure I'm totally mispronouncing that name. It could be Veruhin Kolustian. I'm probably doing worse. Yeah, I should just stop. Thank you for your contribution. I'm sorry I don't know how to pronounce your name. Michael Dane says he lost 125 pounds as of the 1st of December. How can you lose 125 pounds in 10 days? Or was he saying he lost 125 pounds since the first? Wait, I'm trying to figure out the phrasing of this. Because that'd be losing like 12 pounds a day. That can't be, no.
Yeah.
If I lost 125 pounds, I could almost get back to my birth weight.
Almost.
I'm going to stick to that story. Yeah. Thanks, everybody, for the contributions. And before we do any work on this, I just want to make sure I get all the updates that it's missing. Make sure that everything's working.
Okay.
Because if any work we do to it then results in it not working, I don't have to wonder if it was broken from moving it back and forth. Although it's been pretty well secluded away from everything. Mm-hmm. Michael Dane says he's been on a diet for over a year now. So what I've been told is you don't go on a diet because that implies you'll one day go off of it. And if you ever go off of it, you gain the weight back. It has to be a permanent change. So this for whatever that's worth, the mentality is not that you're on a diet because that implies that it's temporary. It has to be a lifetime change. So but good for you. I haven't been eating much, but I'm still gaining weight. How does that happen?
I don't know. I've been upping my my fruits and vegetables. I don't really, fruits are okay. I'm not big on the vegetables, but I'll do it. So I feel healthier. So
Catherine Anna Hauserman's joining us from Colombia. If you guys are looking for a parts list, you want to build your own computer, I've had a number of people ask me if I'd build parts lists for them. I don't have time. I just can't. But Catherine does it for free. Just reach out to her here in the chat room and find out how you two can connect in direct messaging. Mm-hmm. And she's happy to put parts lists together for any budget, any need, and including in your country where certain parts aren't available and you've got to do the price conversion. She does all that, and she does it all for a thank you. That's all she doesn't even ask for the thank you. I demand it, though. If she helps you, please have the courtesy, at the very least, to tell her thank you. But she's here in the chat room today if you want to reach out to her and have her put a parts list together for you. She enjoys doing that. Larry continues, send the screws and the spacers with the base. So the screws and spacers on the base, from what I'm gathering here, it looks like It looks like there's little feet on the case that the base is connecting to. I'm assuming the base comes off. If the base does not come off, if it's riveted in, then I won't be sending it to you. I'll have to maybe have you build like a skateboard for it. But I won't know that till the end of the broadcast. But I'll follow up with you, and thank you for asking. And thank you for offering to do that for me, because this thing definitely needs wheels on it.
Right.
I just noticed our CPU temp is on display right here on the screen. It's showing 30 degrees Celsius.
Okay.
It's bouncing between 30 and 34.
What is it getting, that big update? That
Yeah, it's a cumulative update. You're testing me, aren't you?
Yeah.
You want to see if I can read that?
Without your glasses on.
Yeah, I can tell by the length of the words what it says.
Okay. Braille. Okay.
That's definitely cumulative.
All right.
Michael Dane says he eats a lot of salad. The doctor says he's part rabbit. So does that make me a hobbit? I don't know, but if I'm at your house, remind me not to eat any of the jelly beans on the floor.
Yeah.
It's rabbit poop.
Yeah. Eat more carrots, then you won't need your glasses. All right.
Yeah, what do they say? You've never seen a rabbit with glasses, right?
Yeah.
Enforcer P says, no, a hobbit is a mythical little person.
No height jokes. All right.
Somebody in the chat room just taking everything literally?
Yeah.
I'm going to shout it from the rooftop. Well, I don't think I have a ladder. No,
Okay,
it was a figurative.
Yeah, not literally.
Duncan, he says, does that mean salad is hobbit forming? Ah. Speaking of that, you got a joke for the day?
I do, yeah. Let's see. Here we go. I got to come around for chat then and shrink down. Ooh, I better shrink down, yeah. All right. It's now
I gotta keep the ratios.
It's now time for corny joke of the day. Let me think. What do you call a woman who sets fire to her bills?
What do you call a woman that sets fire to her bills?
Bernadette.
Oh, ouch. Okay, that's my fault. I asked for it.
Yeah, you
I did ask for it.
You could have remained quiet.
That is
All right,
entirely, I accept full responsibility for that.
That's on you. All right.
That is completely on me.
I'll go back
My
behind.
apologies.
I'll go back behind the computer. All right.
I'd say don't quit your day job, but too late.
Yeah.
Robin Taha says, I have a problem using Microsoft accounts. I was being asked to sign in every day. The sign-in would not allow a copy and paste from RoboForm. It would take me several minutes to enter the password correctly. Anytime, and it's pretty rare, but if I run into a site where RoboForm doesn't autofill, there's a way to report that to RoboForm so they can come out with an update.
Right.
But what I do is I just, with the RoboForm entry information, I right-click, and there's an option that just says copy password. You don't even have to open up the details. So you just copy the password and then just Control V or right click and paste. And I just do it manually that way. And it's just a couple extra steps, but it beats having to type it all in by hand. So you would find the entry in your RoboForm. Right click on it and you should see the option that says copy password. Because if you have people looking over your shoulder and the old fashioned way was to go and click edit. And then you can edit the username and password, and the password is hidden behind the little dots. Hit the little eyeball, it shows it, then you can highlight it and copy it. But anybody who's looking over your shoulder sees it.
Yeah.
By right-clicking just on the name of the RoboForm entry and select copy password, it doesn't show any of that information. So, yeah. DJ Lyon said, that joke is so bad, I'm stealing it.
Okay.
See, one person's trash is another person's treasure.
Trinket. Are we still on the cumulative?
Yeah, it's only
cumulative.
about halfway done. Jason Urbank says, depending on the NAS, the cache will limit the amount of data you can send to the NAS until the cache drive is emptied. Yeah, I don't know how that works out in reality. If that makes any difference in performance whatsoever. If it's like, if Mitch is just Mitch living at his house by himself and he's got his NAS, only one person is going to use it at a time. Will adding that cache benefit him in any way? I don't think it will. I think it'll just be a waste of money.
Now you can invite people to be able to tap on your NAS if you want to share, but,
Yeah.
but I don't.
But that's going to be limited to the internet speed.
Right, yeah. So,
Photo Ray says, why did the Hobbit put his phone on silent? Because he was bored of the rings.
that's
Wah,
good, good.
wah.
All right, yeah.
This is getting painful. Bob Connor says, thanks for that RoboForm tip. I've been using RoboForm for years and never knew that. Well, it's a fairly new feature. It wasn't always there. And I discovered it by accident. Also be sure and watch the videos like with Simon from RoboForm. I think I'm bringing him back Thursday. And we're going to talk about all the new bells, whistles, and features in the latest version of RoboForm because they've updated it like 3 times this year.
Nice.
And of course, when you're subscribed, you get all those updates for free, and there's no limit to how many devices you can install it on. Computer just went to sleep. I got to wake it up. So Draco says, some pages you have to enter the password manually because they don't allow you to paste. I've never seen that before. I've never seen a site that requires you to enter the password manually. So I don't know where you're going. For a while, my bank used to have a virtual keyboard, and you had to click on each letter of the keyboard,
Right.
and you couldn't copy and paste. But they did away with that. I guess they figured out that wasn't all that clever.
Right.
And I think a lot of people were complaining. But now RoboForm does it automatically. I can log into my bank without a problem. Before it would automatically enter my user ID, but then that virtual keyboard would come up, and I had to click, 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 click. I haven't. That's the only time I've ever seen that. That's why when he mentions some websites don't allow you to, that you got. I don't know how they could enforce that. So, but obviously, that's not on RoboForm. It's definitely a an exception to the rule. Dennis says, are we starting early now? Well, I don't know, Dennis. Did you roll your clock back an hour? Because I didn't.
Not in Arizona.
So you're the one starting early. We're starting at the same time we've always started at.
1 p.m.
Isn't perception an interesting concept?
1 p.m.
Just because I rolled my clock back an hour, you guys started an hour earlier. No, we started at the same time. You're the one who rolled your clock back. Arizona never changes the clocks, ever.
Which is quite convenient.
Bob Connor says he's got some credit card accounts that won't let him copy and paste. I've got credit card accounts, Capital One, Chase, Wells Fargo. They all copy and paste. What banks are you guys with? Old Man 55 said some banks here in Arkansas still won't let you paste passwords. Interesting. They must be small banks. Maybe some credit unions, something like that. It ain't like they don't have Citibank and Chase and Wells Fargo in Arkansas. I guarantee they're everywhere. If you have any other questions for me, this is the time to ask, because we're going to go ahead and wait for these updates to install. And you can see, even with a high-speed internet connection and a $10,000 computer, with 256 gigs of RAM and an 8 terabyte NVMe drive, the updates still pretty much take the same amount of time they've always taken. Almost done. Bob Connor says, if there's one thing I've learned from these Friday videos, never take a nap before they start because it causes brain fog concerning start times. It's not a nap. My dad would say he was just resting his eyes.
Or inspecting the inside of your eyelids.
Chris Garrett said, I used a bank called Capital City. It's a bank in central Georgia, North Florida. They did not allow copy and paste. Yeah, I imagine these little banks.
Yeah.
That's typical. Blackhawk mentions LastPass has the same limitation. I mean, if it's not a limitation of LastPass or RoboForm, that the fingers you need to point are at the website, whoever runs that website, the bank themselves, or if it's some other non-bank related site that's not allowing a copy and paste, that's something to bring up with them. It has nothing to do with RoboForm or LastPass. But even though like I don't have any sites that I log into that I'm forced to enter a password where copy and paste doesn't work. I've got well over 100 different sites in my RoboForm. But for a while, my bank, as I mentioned, had that virtual keyboard, and that was the only site that I had to do that. So I only had to remember that one password, apart from my RoboForm password. Right. But the other 100 plus sites, I didn't have to remember those. So even though it's not, for some reason, people are looking for absolutes. And in this world that we live in, it's very rare that everything is always one way. There's always exceptions to the rule. But overall, for the most part, I think most people will find that programs, password managers like RoboForm, will work for most people for every site you visit. And that the people you're hearing from who say that they don't allow for a copy and paste are representing a very tiny amount of people, and they're representing probably one site that they visit that does that. There's probably not more than one site, like Bob Connors mentions. I bet it's just that one site. I bet every other website he goes to, the password manager works fine. And the same true with Chris Garrett mentioning the bank in Arkansas. That's probably just that one site. So that doesn't dismiss the value of a password manager. So don't let that scare you. Where are we at on this? Oh, I got the mouse over here. Do me a favor, hit the scroll down in the chat. We'll see if anybody's got any more questions while we're patiently waiting for this to finish.
Just left click this, and it'll scroll down.
Oh, look at all these updates. Wow.
Those are optional, though, aren't they?
Well, they're drivers.
Oh, jeez. Those go by quick, though.
Yeah. Yeah, these will be little, but look at how many there are.
Jeez.
Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
Where's my select all option here?
Yeah.
I've never seen a list on optionals this long before. Holy cow. I got to the end.
Your index finger needed exercise. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, the middle finger got enough exercise later, earlier,
Yeah.
when I was driving.
Yeah.
Jeff Ryman says, what am I thinking about for a membership fee? I'm thinking $24.99, and I think that everybody will get either a free year of RoboForm or a free year of Malware Bytes. They'll get something that's worth more than $24.99, including membership-only videos and membership-only chat rooms, so that we can have more personal one-on-one discussions. I'll still be making available free content, but in addition to the free content, there will be members-only content that the free people will they won't even know it exists. It'll be like the tech club. I'll try and work with sponsors to get deals for the members, special discounts, or even get the product for free. And computer giveaways will be for members only, apart from the veterans giveaways. The veterans giveaways are obviously open to everybody. But once I'm finished giving computers to people that have been generous contributors, the next set is going to go to members only giveaways. And that will more than pay for a couple of years worth of $24.99 a month. Because the computers I'm giving away, you're looking around $700 plus. It's usually around $100 to ship them.
Yep.
And then you're not under any contractual obligation for, if you were to, for example, pay for a month of membership for $24.99, and you happen to win the giveaway of an $800, $700 computer that cost me $100 to ship, you're not obligated to renew your membership month to month. Like if it's not for you, that's fine. You still, the prize doesn't have any strings attached to it. Just that to enter for the giveaway, you'd have to be a member. It'd only be offered to members. So it's not like you got to pay for a year at a time. I'm not playing that game. It'll be month to month. You cancel anytime. But again, there'll still be free content. So people that say I can't afford to pay, you're not being left behind. There'll just be some additional content for members only and giveaways for members only to justify the price. Yeah, I think it'll be $25 a month, and every month you will get something that's worth the $25. So 1 month it might be a year RoboForm, 1 month it might be Malwarebytes, but each month my goal is to have something offered in return that is more than $25. So you're effectively getting the membership for free. Instant Horror wants to know, Carrie, is it worth it to liquid cool a graphics card, or is air cooling sufficient? The manufacturers don't sell you product that doesn't insufficiently cool and burns itself up, or they would go out of business for warranty calls. Now, if you're somebody who's pushing the video card beyond its standard operating range, if you're pushing the frequency, if you're overclocking your video card, all bets are off, because you're now gambling with your video card. And there's no assurances in gambling. It's like asking me, you're asking me what are the odds of placing a bet. And I don't want to get involved in answering that question. I have no idea. The minute you start overclocking or pushing your hardware beyond what it was designed to do, that's where you see all these enthusiast videos on YouTube cropping up with all this insane cooling and stuff. And those are the people that can afford to burn it up. My customers don't want to burn up their stuff, so we don't overclock it. And the way the manufacturer sells it is how it should be left alone. The cooling that comes on your graphics card was designed by highly educated engineers, a team of highly educated engineers. It has been tested, the likes of which you have no idea the testing procedure and how over the top ridiculous it is. And it has to pass all of that. You know, you gotta love corporate America's bureaucracy. And if you just plug the graphics card in and use it the way you're supposed to use it, it should, you know, I'm trying to pick how long it should last, but I suppose at the very least, it's guaranteed to last while it's in warranty, right? But the minute you start overclocking it, or the minute you start pushing it harder than it was designed, all bets are off. At that point now, you're just risking damaging it and you're reducing its lifespan. So I don't condone that. Those enthusiasts that are at that level, both financially and of that mindset, this isn't a channel for them. We're a channel like for regular everyday computer owners, trying to encourage people to take back control of their computer, to not be so intimidated by it. On overclocking, whether it's a GPU or a CPU, is so next level. I don't want to intimidate people or have people feel overwhelmed with the complexity of all that information. There's enough YouTube channels that already do that. We're trying to keep this one pretty basic. And so the way the manufacturer sells you the product, if you use it the way it's supposed to be used, you shouldn't have to modify anything. This is consumer level hardware. This is not a research lab at MIT.
I don't like any liquid in my machine. Fans.
Bob
I'm a
Connor
fan
says,
of fans.
Yeah. Well, everything's got, you know, the fans can go out.
Yeah.
But if you're running it at stock speeds, you don't need to do overkill on the fans either.
Yeah.
We only put a bunch of fans in this one for looks.
Right.
It's just for looks.
What do we got in there? 13? Lucky 13 fans?
Yeah, I think we've got 13 plus this GPU has a fan, plus the heatsink on the second motherboard has a fan, plus the power supply has a fan.
Okay.
Can I see that mouse, please?
This mouse,
It's
yeah.
missing a... Bob Connors was wanting to know if I can offer a discount for an annual prepaid membership. I'm not the one collecting the money, YouTube is. So as much as I would like to offer like free memberships to contributors so they don't have to pay, it's all enclosed in YouTube's own paywall. So there's no way for you to pay me directly and for me to give you like a pass. It has to go through YouTube. And as far as I know, YouTube doesn't offer such a discount. We haven't implemented this yet, but I'm just getting into more of the details as I'm thinking it through about how it's going to work. And I may not even go with YouTube. It may be a paywall through it. If I have people pay me directly and I put them on a special email list and make the videos unlisted and send those people emails when I go live, that's a lot more work for me. But then, you know, YouTube's taken 30% of any super chat or any money. YouTube takes 30% of that money, and they make me wait a month to 60 days before I see the money. So that's not a good thing. And, you know, YouTube themselves, when it comes to the monetization of the videos, take 45% of any income I make from the videos. So when you see a YouTuber's making $10,000 a month, YouTube's taking 45% of that. So they're making what, $5,500? And then the super chat contributions, 30% out of every super chat. PayPal only takes 3%, and the Amazon gift cards, they don't take anything at all. So if you give a $50 Amazon gift card, I get a $50 Amazon gift card. So I wish there was a way that I could somehow make gift cards for the memberships, but I haven't figured that part out yet. Stan says you'll make some serious cheddar with $25 a month. I don't know that that's true or not. The size of the audience is going to probably be less than 10% of what it is now. And so like right now on a free video, how many people do we have watching? Where did my, I lost my video feed, Mitch. It's coming up, it's just slow. We've got just under 500 people watching. 499 people are watching right now. And I would imagine less than 49 people will pay $25. In fact, I would venture to guess 2 dozen. So I think the videos are going to be far more personal, and they're going to be more like
a club.
Like a very okay. There are people that have, like in California, they have yacht clubs. You ever belonged to a yacht club before? Or how about a golf club?
Ahoy polloi. No, never.
What do you call it? Not a golf club, because that's what you hit the golf ball with.
Yeah.
What do you call the... They like have exclusive... what am I thinking of? You know, like Curb Your Enthusiasm, Larry has the...
Yeah, he's...
what's that called?
Yeah, is it a membership?
It's a membership only.
Members only, yeah.
Yeah, and it's expensive.
Yeah.
And, you know, regular folks just don't go there to golf. You have to be invited by a member.
Yeah.
And you got to pay the membership dues, which I think they mentioned it on the show, was like $15,000 a year.
Yeah.
And then there are yacht clubs. Like when you go through California, you'll see these yacht clubs. They're very exclusive, and they're not cheap. I'm trying to create something that's not that exclusive, but I want it to be worthwhile for people to have my time.
Country club.
Country club,
Country
yes.
club, yeah.
So it'll be like a YouTube country club. That's what I'm trying to make here, but way cheaper than a country club. Of course, there's no valet parking either. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Colin Prime said country club. Mr. Sido said country club. Yeah, you guys.
But we will design a coat of arms. Just kidding. Right.
Sure.
Let
me take a look at this.
And dress jackets. Just kidding.
Blazer?
Yeah, blazer. Yeah.
Let me grab this mouse. Just waiting to restart, I guess.
Okay.
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Hit escape on that keyboard for me.
Escape.
Okay, thank you.
So how many fans have we got to put in today? 2, 3?
More importantly, got to hook all these fans up.
Yeah.
That's going to be fun.
Yeah.
Romek says, greetings from Finland. Carrie, Mitch, and Chad. Hey, welcome in, Romek. Romek. Carrie, is this a black tie affair? Never. T-shirts required to enter. DJ Lyon says, if you could make it $5 a month or even $10, I could weasel that into my budget, but not $25. But remember, if I'm giving away a $30 license to RoboForm or a $30 license to Malwarebytes, it's actually, if I can't make a deal with the sponsor, and I think this is what you guys are failing to comprehend, and it's my fault. Let me be very clear on this. It's sort of a Jeff Bezos line of reasoning. If I want to give away a $30 product and the company doesn't want to work with me, and most companies don't, then it will cost me $5, right, to buy the $25 product and send it to you. Like those keyboards, if I'm going to give out those keyboards, I'm going to go on Amazon. I'm going to pay for them, and I'm going to put in your mailing address. Because for me to buy it and then have to pay to ship it, it costs as much as the keyboard. So it may cost me $5 for every subscriber I have. So when you're talking about, oh, well, it's going to cost me $25, it's going to cost me $30. Every month for every member, I'm going to find something that's a minimum $25 and up as a gift to members that will pay for your membership. At the very least, it'll break even, and at the best, it'll be to the members' benefit financially and to my financial deficit to see if I can build some momentum on this and give people an incentive to sign up. Joseph Hawkins contributes 5 New Zealand dollars. He says, we'll go with whatever you come up with. Well, thank you, Joseph. I appreciate your support.
Well, we'll see what other updates. You've got the mouse.
But I don't want it affordable. That's what people don't seem to be getting. I don't want a chat room with 500 people in it. I want to get to know people better and have the room smaller. At least once a week, I want a private members-only video. It's not for you. It's fine. The worst thing that could happen would be 100 people sign up for it, because it won't be the intimate thing I have in mind. I want most people to say it's too much or they're not interested. I want there to be fewer than 30 people in the live streams. I want it to be like a classroom. Because if there's more people, financially, I'm going to be in trouble. If 100 people sign up for it, and I'm giving them a $30 product, that's going to set me back $500 deficit. So I'm going to make $2,500. YouTube's going to take 30 of that, 30% of it. And then I'm going to spend $3,500, well, $3,000 to $3,500 if it's a $30 or $35 product. And I don't get paid from YouTube for 30 to 60 days after they've already taken the 30%. I'm taxed another 30% on that. So you guys have to really understand, this is at $25 a month. If too many people sign up, I won't be able to, I don't know what I will do. So this idea that you're saying, well, I can't afford it, well, that's not a bad thing. So there's still going to be the free content as always. You won't know the difference if you're not a member. You won't even know. You'll never see the content. You'll never see the giveaways. You'll never get the free product. It'll be something only members know of. That's all. That's all it is. No pressure. Sidravko says, what about those outside of America? I already covered it. When it comes to software, I can send license keys for the software through email to any country. I cannot send you any products. The products, you have to be in the lower 48 United States. I can't even ship them to Alaska or Hawaii, because then, you know, it's really going to be a huge deficit for me financially. It's going to put me in a situation where I'll be spending more on that than on the rent for the building. So I've got to keep it small and under control. But when it comes to things like RoboForm or Malwarebytes or any other software, it doesn't matter where you are in the world. You'll get the software. That's no problem, because you can download the software and then all you need is the license code.
Any other updates left that we need to do on this?
Yes. Yeah, sorry, I wasn't paying attention. First of all, I want to see if I can get that resolution raised up.
Yeah.
This 4K is killing me.
I don't bet that thing will be grayed out. Now, let's see.
I think it was grayed out before because it was doing an update.
Ah, yeah. Much better.
It's missing quite a lot of updates. Well, we have it off the bench for what, about 6 weeks? 5 weeks?
Yeah, that was
That's a lot of updates, wasn't it?
quite a few.
See, the more computers you have, the more time you got to spend updating them. It's the downside. And that's just the main board. We haven't even done the second board. But don't worry, I'm not going to do that during the live feed. Hit escape for me on that keyboard.
I'm still running Windows XP. Just kidding. All right.
I hope not.
Yeah. Please wait. It's still checking.
Catherine says the license has to be worldwide. As far as I know, there's no such thing as a country-controlled license. There doesn't seem to be any way to enforce that.
Right.
Because you can load up a VPN and tell it you're anywhere in the world. But yeah, I want you to think of it more like a classroom. If the classroom is too big, then the students don't get enough attention from the teacher, and that's how you end up with students that are passing classes that don't know how to read or write. Right? The system just pushes them through. I don't want to do that. I want everybody who signs up to be able to have as much of my attention as they want, and we can talk back and forth without the overcrowdedness that we get now. And this isn't going away. We're still going to do the regular live videos for free. There's just additional content, giveaways, and benefits to members. That's all it is. It's nothing for anybody to freak out about.
That's weird that it's still thinking.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, there can't be that many, you know, that it's...
Well, give it whatever it needs. Paul Joyner says he loves your shirt, Mitch.
Oh,
You
yeah.
got the let out.
Yep. I was grateful to see the original 4 guys twice in my life, so...
Catherine Anna Hauserman said there are license keys that are restricted to specific countries. Never seen one in my life, Catherine. I've been in the business over 30 years. Of course, I don't live in other countries, but I can tell you that there won't be an issue. If I send you a product key, it will activate. I promise you. There won't be any... See, people, they drum up all this imaginary darkness. Like, you just find all the possible dread you can bring up. Like Debbie Downer. Relax. If I'm backing it up, I'll take care of it. But I'm telling you, in 30 years, over 30 years of doing this, I've never seen a region-specific product key. I've seen region-specific DVDs. I've seen PAL format versus NTSC format.
Yeah. Region 1, 2, or 3?
You know, anything involving video, like Disney, Netflix, stuff like that is region controlled with media. But as far as software goes, the product key, if you're given a valid product key, it shouldn't matter what country you're activating it in. Even if the product key has certain restrictions, as far as I know, it's not something they can enforce. I've never experienced that. But you don't have to worry about it. That is such an unlikely scenario. I've never witnessed it in my life. And if anybody receives a product key from me, like take those Windows license keys from CDK deals. People all over the world are buying those. I get emails from people in all different countries. It works equally across the board. Now, there are some countries where they can't pay using their bank or their credit card, but the PayPal's always available. But once you have the license key, that activates. Not a single person has been unable to activate a license key for Windows or Office based on their region, or any other software that I'm aware of. It's never, ever happened. But if such a scenario, just to humor you, if that unlikely event ever happened, I will personally take care of it. It's like talking about walking outside and a comet falling from the sky and hitting you on the head. I suppose it's possible. I've never seen it happen. It seems very unlikely. So I wouldn't stay up at night worrying about it.
Now, does this happen much where the Windows update is maybe in a loop or something like that? Where it's just...
You know, that's a good question.
I'm just throwing that out because I've never really seen it.
It does seem stuck, doesn't it?
Yeah. So my question to you is, what do you do in a situation like that where it seems stuck? Do you
Clunk Alex says, I have a Florida shipping address. Would you ship the stuff to there? Of course, yeah. If the shipping address is in the U.S., if it's in the lower 48, you know, and you have a way to get it from there to your home country, fine with me. I had a person order a computer from Barbados. I said, I don't ship to Barbados. He goes, well, can you ship it to New Jersey? I work with a company there that it's like that's their job. They take things and deliver to Barbados. I said, yeah, yes. But I don't know how they're going to handle it. You know, I'm going to ship you a working computer. And it's going to go via FedEx ground. And if FedEx breaks it, you won't know. It's going to be hard to file an insurance claim because we're going to assume FedEx isn't going to break it, but that it got broken from the distributor, wherever you're having me ship it to how they got it to Barbados. They're the ones. If they damage it, I can't help you with it. That's between you and them. And it's going to be hard to determine where the damage happened. Did it happen from the first leg of the trip or the second leg of the trip? So, yes, I will ship to that address, but you have to understand that whatever happens from that point, you accept responsibility for it. The insurance won't cover it.
What do you think, Kerry? You hit the restart button?
I'm sort of tempted. It does seem like it's kind of frozen up. I mean, it's working, but it's very strange.
So you think hitting the restart, it won't affect it? What do you need?
Let me unplug the network for a second, and we'll plug it back in.
Boy, I really like these skinny Ethernets. I'm so glad that you told me about them.
I didn't mean Barbados. I meant Bermuda.
Oh.
Right? Bermuda's off the coast of North Carolina, isn't it? Like Bermuda. 300 miles off the coast?
Yeah, Barbados. I
always get Bermuda and Barbados confused.
Isn't that Spain? Yeah, I flunked geography in elementary school.
I always do that.
Okay.
I'm thinking of Bermuda, I'm pretty sure.
Bermuda.
Pete Stern says, hey, Mitch, I acquired a copy of Toto the 7th, and it's good.
Yeah.
What is that?
It's Toto the 7th one.
Where
you don't have lead singer Bobby Kimball. By then you had Joseph Williams as the lead singer, and it was good. Yeah. With
how long ago did that come out?
Linda Ronstadt helping on the vocals, and Mushanga and Pamela, their big hit, and only the children, I think, was on that. So long ago, the brain doesn't know.
It looked like, when I did the restart, it said update and restart. So it's still doing an update, apparently.
Huh.
This much power, and it's taking that long to do an update. How big are these updates? I didn't expect this to take this long. I thought we'd be working by now.
Mitch, where is Barbados? Is that not Spain? Isn't that España?
No.
Barbados?
It's an island.
It's an island?
Type in Barbados on the keyboard.
Which keyboard?
The one right in front of you.
Oh. B-A-R-B-A-B-O-S?
Yeah, it's in the Caribbean.
And hit enter?
Yeah.
A pelican. Oh no, what was that?
Barbados is an eastern Caribbean island and an independent British Commonwealth nation. Bridgetown, the capital, is a cruise ship port with colonial buildings. And Nidhe Israel is a synagogue founded in 1654. Around the island are beaches, botanical gardens, the Harrison's Cave Formation, and 17th century plantation houses like St. Nicholas Abbey. Local traditions include afternoon tea and cricket, the national sport. Total population of 287,000.
Eating crickets is the national sport? Oh, no, the cricket, the game.
Maybe both. So if we look at a map of the world, Barbados is by St. Lucia.
Okay, Grenada.
Grenada, yeah. Yeah, it's right along the Caribbean islands. Now, if we look, since I've got the map up, wow, it's a long way from
There's
Jamaica.
Dominican Republic. I want to take a trip there in January.
Yeah, don't leave the resort.
Okay, no.
Stay in the Funsta area. if we pull up the United States, and let's find North Carolina, and then, yeah, Bermuda. So you see the island of Bermuda,
Gotcha.
St. George's, Hog Bay,
St.
Hamilton,
George,
Mount
St.
Pleasant.
George and the Dragon. That's
So
a
you
total
see where
song.
Bermuda
Yeah.
is right
Gotcha.
here?
Yeah.
People at home can't see what we're saying.
All right.
But do you see North Carolina's here?
Yeah.
It's about 200-300 miles outside.
Gotcha.
So I was thinking, because I had somebody order a computer from Bermuda, and I shipped it to New Jersey, which I guess is a little further up. And this company takes packages from New Jersey and routes them
Down there, yeah.
to Bermuda. But I just warned them. I said, you know, if that I can't control how they're going to handle the package or how rough the seas may be. Yeah. Turns out Bermuda and Barbados aren't that far apart. Maybe 1,000 miles.
You could roll it.
Take the motorcycle.
Yeah.
This thing still says it's restarting. Oh, finally. Is it going to restart now? That took a long time.
Yeah. Remember, Carrie knows I got 2 college degrees. I'm quite educated. All right. Yeah.
Robin says some countries want to charge an additional import tax for software, but the mechanism's not in place. It results in a huge bootleg problem, and then the software doesn't work right. I'm not worried about that because I'm not on that scale. They're not coming after a guy who's given out, 12 copies of software. If I'm distributing hundreds or thousands of copies of software, I could very much get their attention. But for the average home consumer, getting a software code, you're not going to have a problem with it.
Stan says go Jamaica. I have been down there twice. I like it.
You've been to Jamaica?
Mm-hmm. Twice. Yeah.
Did you have rum when you were there?
I don't like rum. Red Stripe beer for me.
No rum for you.
No rum for you.
No rum and Coke?
Yuck. Ugh.
I was told, some of the casinos in Las Vegas are Pepsi only. Mm-hmm. And I was complaining that I had to cross the strip to go to a bar, to go to a resort across the street. Like I was in like the Venetian, and all those resorts are all Pepsi only. Across the street at the Mirage, they have Coca-Cola.
Only.
And I said to the bartender, so I walked across the street. And by the way, it's a long walk. Those buildings are huge. They look closer than they actually are.
It's an optical conclusion.
And I said to him, I said, I just walked all the way across the street so I could get a Coke because all I have is Pepsi. He goes, you should be able to walk up to any bar, even when it's just Pepsi, and ask for a Coke, and they should have it. And I'm like, well, how do you figure it? And he said, nobody ever orders a rum and Pepsi.
Right.
So I wonder if that's true or if he was pulling my leg. Because I would assume if you ordered a rum and Coke and they only had Pepsi, they would just serve you the Pepsi and not say anything.
And not say anything.
But if you ordered a Coke, just a regular Coke, they say, is Pepsi okay?
Right.
But I don't think the bartenders do that. Or maybe they actually have Coke specifically for rum and Coke.
Yeah. Chad, I'll try a rum and Dr. Pepper. What do you think?
Gross.
Gross, yeah.
George Karmanoff says, good afternoon from Michigan. Cleaning the basement, I found a new 200R and 2 Mugen 5s, plus several SSD NVMe sticks. I bought all this stuff last year for the build you were teaching us. How could you buy that and forget it's there? How can you forget you have
a nice 200R
NVMe
yeah.
and a 200R brand new in a case, and you forgot you had it? And 2 Mugens.
Yeah, you hang on to that 200R. Cause
why aren't you using it?
I think you broke the big beast build.
I don't know what I did.
Yeah, that's what I did.
It's crazy.
That's what I.
If I would have known it was going to take this long, I would have said, "Don't worry about it." But I thought,
well, we're in
here's
now.
my problem.
So, yeah,
if we had worked on it, this is why I did this, ladies and gentlemen, because if we had worked on this, and then I started doing these updates and started witnessing this issue, I would think something we just did caused it. So knowing that this is a pre-existing condition and resolving this before we continue is very important. That's how you can prevent getting overwhelmed with, where do I even start to diagnose? So I do a little bit of work, check it. Make sure everything's running the way it should before continuing to do any more work. So that way when it stops working, it'll be much easier for you to diagnose it because it'll be whatever you recently did that created the change. And since we didn't do anything, we could be falsely chasing a problem that doesn't exist from the work that we're going to do today. So I need to have this resolved before we continue.
Okay, question to you, what would cause this? Any idea? I mean, in the middle of a driver update, or I mean, because I've never seen this, I'm curious. Curious Mitch, not Curious George. Very curious.
Well,
don't think too hard, all right?
A couple of things can cause it. One, the Windows Update servers could be having an issue.
Okay.
And that's happened before. Two, one of those drivers, remember there's that big long list of drivers? Maybe one of those drivers ain't the right driver.
Ah.
That could be causing it.
Okay.
Or, like if I go to power off, does it still say update? Yeah, see it says update and restart right there?
Okay, so what do you do?
So that implies it's still doing some kind of an update. See, normally, if the update's done, that option won't be there.
Right.
So if I hit update and restart, let's see what it does. It should be applying the update.
That was the longest list of optional things that I'd ever seen. You know, that
Yeah,
where
I
you were
never saw that.
so, you know, I'll bet there was 15 of them probably, you know.
I think there was more than 15.
15?
Yeah, it was probably like 20. George says he already built the computer. Those were extras he forgot he bought. Why do you have an extra case, an extra coolers, an extra NVMe? I've never heard of such a thing.
Right.
Why would you have a spare? In case you get a flat? I'm going to give you a hard time.
Let
on
me
this.
swap out that case, yeah. I love that case, yeah.
Oh, I need the other mouse. Let's see. Let me scroll through the chat here. Mike Ryan says, did you say something about membership for veterans? No, I did not. Terrell Cochran says, on Carnival Cruise Line, you can only get Pepsi, so it's Jack and Pepsi.
That's sweeter, though. It's sweeter than, but twice a year I get a hankering for a Pepsi, and that's about it, twice a year.
I usually get it because I don't have a choice.
Oh,
Like we go out for wings, that place is Pepsi.
yeah.
But, you know, when it's watered down with ice, it's not that different.
Don't bring your own Coke.
Got to bring my own celery
That's
sticks.
Coke. That's Coca-Cola, not, you know, not the other.
What other is there? What are you talking about?
Stripper salt. All right, yeah.
Stripper salt.
Booger sugar. Leave me alone.
How do you know all these terms?
For a guy who's never even had a puff of weed. Yeah,
Right, that's what he
yeah,
claims.
Yeah. A ton of gummies, but never a puff of
Duncan, he says, Carrie, I seem to remember that sometimes Windows 10 offers updates that are already done for you to tick, and then it stalls just like this until you do a hard reboot. Yeah, well, we might just be doing that here in a minute.
What's a hard reboot? Don't get
Shutting it
graphic.
off.
Don't get graphic. All right. Okay.
You know what a hard reboot is?
No. Oh.
You see this power cord?
Yeah. Don't do it yet.
Just unplug it.
Yeah, but it was in the middle of spinning. So
Yeah,
now- okay. All right.
I'm a tech. You think I can't fix it?
So you say. All right. Yeah.
Windows 10 is very robust. Well, Windows XP would likely corrupt if you did that. Every version of Windows since then has gotten better. There's always a chance for corruption. There's no guarantee I didn't cause damage.
Okay.
However, in my experience, it usually recovers from that with no problem.
We shall see.
And we're on a live
Yeah. We shall see.
video, so it is what it is.
We shall see, said the blind man. All right.
I should have left it off for like a minute. I probably turned it
Yeah.
on too quick.
Well,
The devil's lettuce? What does that even mean? What does that even mean?
for marijuana? Yeah.
No, lettuce is
Oh.
devil. I don't like lettuce. It's
Oh.
disgusting. Duncan, he says, yep, that's definitely a hard reboot.
All right.
All right.
Let's see.
Yeah, we're going to try this again.
We got some work we got to do.
Now, I could clear out the Windows download folder. I'm going to try one more. Actually, let's see if I go to... You see it says update and restart still. So let's do that. There's an update that's trying to apply. That's what appears to be happening.
You broke it.
And I think it's one of those drivers.
Yeah.
That's what I think it is. I'm not a fan of these people that want to do a format and a reinstall. That's what a pizza box tech does. I got no respect for people that solve every problem with a format and reinstall. It's lazy, it's way too much time involved, and you don't learn anything.
So you would go if this doesn't work, you have to go into a folder and do something.
A software distribution folder, which is a subfolder of Windows, and we can just empty everything out in there. Just delete all the contents. But we're going to continue doing questions and answers for now as we bide our time waiting for this to do whatever it's doing. It's very unusual. Michael wants to know if we have a bird in the studio.
No, we've got, because it rained, torrential rain, Michael, last night, and I mean torrential. It's very nice out and very cool, so we've got the windows open, and the birdies are very happy. Probably not last night that they all got a bath that they didn't want, but it's beautifully cool out there now, and so we're getting some of that nice fresh air.
Yeah, we're going to get, how many days of this you think we got before
one
it's
more,
freezing cold,
yeah.
and then it'll be burning hot again?
Yeah.
We get about 2 weeks of nice weather a year. 2 weeks in the fall, 2 weeks in the spring.
Okay. Yeah. The end of December, it gets at night a little brisk. I mean, if you've got plants, sometimes you have to cover them with
Boy, that's all you're talking about
with
today is
sheets.
plants.
What's
with you and the plants?
Not that kind of plants. Plants, you have to
Thou
cover them.
does protest too much.
Yeah. He said, I'm still laughing at the stripper salt. Yeah, so.
Yeah, it poured here.
Just,
I mean,
yeah. Yeah.
I was checking the building for leaks. I thought, if there's going to be a leak, I'm going to see it, because, I mean, it came down.
Yeah. I was out in it driving on my way to have a nice big glass of Blue Moon.
Is that how you ordered it?
And it was, yeah, and it was like.
They should be taking your keys.
And it was like, I don't like it.
Sam Lazar says, which Wi-Fi card for laptops is the best? There is no such thing as best. You buy whichever one seems to have the best value for you and which pairs to your router. There's no sense getting a high-end wireless adapter if your router's it can't transmit at that speed.
Yeah, you've got the one with the antenna. I like the little kind of nubbin one.
Yeah, but you don't get good range out of
that's
those.
about that big, you know.
Yeah, but on a laptop, you don't have to worry about snapping it off.
Right.
But then the range isn't very good.
Yeah.
So just get whatever one, and you have to decide for yourself, because depending on what router you've got and what environment you're in will determine what speed and range you get out of it. It's just a process of a personal experience that you have to make that determination on your own. It's not anything anybody can answer for you.
Yeah, I knew you broke this machine, but
I'll tell you what, it's really
yeah, you did something.
a stuffed it. Oh, look, it's restarting now. All you had to do is talk about it.
Yeah.
Chris Garrett says, you and Mitch act like you never seen rain. When's the last time we had rain?
In Arizona, maybe 2 months
rained
ago.
when I was in Michigan in
Yeah,
September.
that's right, yeah.
So for me, this is the first rain I've seen.
So October, November, and half, so 2.5 months.
When did it rain before that? Because I wasn't here when it rained.
Right.
So when did it rain before that?
That I don't know, yeah.
Yeah, we go months without rain.
Yeah. When we have, usually, is it August, you have the habobs, you know.
Haboob.
And sometimes you get the rain with the winds and stuff, so.
Yeah, we very rarely get rain.
Yeah.
In fact, the Colorado River.
You can see it, whether the updates.
The water levels, like at Hoover Dam, at all-time lows. There's some serious concerns about what we're going to do for water in a few years' time if this continues. It still says update and restart. What is going on with that?
Go into the folder then.
Let's do update and shut down.
Okay.
Try that. Pat Johnston contributes $5 and says, hello. Hi, Pat. Thanks for supporting the channel.
But I like the rain because it rinses out all the smog out of the air. So tonight,
Yes.
Tonight, if you were any place high up, overlooking the Phoenix, it ought to be gorgeous. I
And
mean,
there should be snow up north.
Yeah.
So people enjoy skiing. You should have that snow now. All right, so this should shut down now. I'm waiting for all the lights to turn off behind me. Helmet wants to know, wait, I said shut down. It's doing a restart. Helmet wants to know, is it a must to follow the Dell RAM supported configuration? I have 2 8 gig sticks and I want to add 2 more 8 gig sticks, but Dell says it's not supported by the BIOS. It's something you'll just have to try. All these, oh look, it did shut off. All these Dell computers, they have different configurations and different BIOSes. Sometimes the BIOSes get updated over time, but they don't update the instructions. And as a result, those limitations may have been in effect until a BIOS update, increased those. Other times they don't. So it depends on the Dell. It depends on the RAM. It's something you'll just have to try and see. That's all you can do. Now, I'm going to unplug it and leave it unplugged for a minute. I'm going to wait for that screen to go off. And we'll let it sit for a minute and clear all of the RAM out. People are afraid. I think it's frustrating that people are afraid to do something and they want reassurances. They want absolutes. Life is chaotic and random, and it's very rare that you will ever get an answer telling you what the future outcome of something will be, especially when you consider the number of variables. Do you know how many different RAM manufacturers there are? Do you know how many different models of Dell there are? Do you know how many different BIOSes are available for each model, and whether or not you have the latest BIOS, which you may not, which may impact the success or failure of what you're talking about doing. But what you're talking about doing isn't very expensive. It's not very time consuming. And I would encourage you to just try it rather than look for reassurances, because no matter what anybody tells you, like if I said to you, yeah, it'll work without a problem, that will make no difference on what actually happens. So you're not getting any actual reduction of risk by asking me that question. No matter how I answer it, the only true answer, there's only one way you're going to know it, and that's for you to try it. That's it. Stop looking for these reassurances. Stop fearing failure. Failure is important. If you never fail, you never learn. If you never fail, life would be boring and not worth living. I'm telling you, failure is the key to fulfillment in life, and fulfillment in life is the key to getting out of bed in the morning. So don't fear this, something so inconsequential, so inexpensive. What's the worst that'll happen? Give it a shot. Let us know how it works for you.
Like Nike says, just do it. There's a free plug. I'm an 8.5 shoe. Okay. All right.
Nike's pulling all their shoes out of a bunch of stores now.
I saw that.
They want to push for online shopping. They want the sales direct. Helmet says, I have the latest BIOS, and the manual said that, well, again, they don't, my manual said I can only have 32 gigs in my Dell XPS, and I put 64 in it, and a bunch of people in the chat said it wouldn't work. And I said, well, let's find out if you're right or wrong.
And it did.
The only way you know is to try it. So you might be able to, or you might not be able to. But no one can answer that question for you. You're the only one who can answer your own question, at least with any definitive answer. Anything else is a guess. Hey, there's Monty joining us.
Yeah.
Contributes $10. He says, good day, all. Welcome in, Monty. Good to see you, my friend.
We've got a possessed machine here, Monty, that we're trying to repossess. No, unpossess.
Repossess.
Repossess.
Yeah, based on its price.
Yeah. Here we go.
All right, we'll see if we have any better luck.
Okay.
Let's see, is it still offering the update? It's still, that is weird. That is very weird. Okay, well, what was going to be a build video is turning into a repair video. Dante Charles says, thanks for all you do, Uncle Kerry, and blessings, Mitch. Thanks, Dante.
I'll take all the blessings I can get. All right. So what now, Chuckles?
That's the question.
That's the.
I wasn't prepared for this today. I was of the mindset that we were going to do some work,
Oh.
and this is not that. Rick Lakes contributes again, $10 this time.
Hey,
He says,
Rick.
I'm feeling generous today. Thank you, Rick.
Go with that feeling. All right. So what now? I'm curious. Very curious. Yeah. So
all right.
what are you going to do?
I'm going to step around.
Work
so
that voodoo that you do so well.
Give me these mice.
Okay.
Going to make me work.
All right.
Trying to not work today. Let's do this. Help me move this so I can stand back here and they can see me. Let's turn it.
On the horizontal. No, which way?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Let's take it that way.
Okay. Yeah. Wait a minute. Let me move the keyboard. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Take it that way. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Right over to the edge.
Okay. Watch the cable here. Yeah.
We got plenty of cable.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. I got it. Yeah. What do you want? Yeah.
Jeez.
We got plenty of cable. Yeah.
All right. Good enough.
Okay.
That's fine. Thank you. Now I can stand over here. I still can't see.
Here, I'll switch with you. Here, now it looks like we got two heads. Two heads.
Yeah, what are you doing back there? All right, let's see. We'll go full screen so I can see it. And let's go to C drive, Windows, software distribution.
Can they see that?
Yeah,
Okay.
download folder.
Okay.
See all that? We'll hit Control A, and delete. All that can go in the trash.
And then what does that do?
That's all the Windows updates
Okay.
that we downloaded. We're going to dump them. And then we'll do the storage sense, right? We're going to clear out all the temp files, storage settings.
Okay.
They used to call it storage sense. They changed it. Oh, it's still called storage sense. See, I'm not making it up. And I'll hit clean now. We'll give that a second. And this, just to verify, this is our 8 terabyte NVMe drive, right?
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yep. That's our 8 terabyte NVMe drive. That's over $1,000 for that drive. You know, people aren't buying Ferraris for their reliability. I'm just saying. And I'm not saying this is not a reliable system, but the complexities of it, I'm going to do update and restart. The complexities of it sometimes can be add to some problems you wouldn't have with a basic computer. Now, I think it's one of those drivers that I selected.
Keyword there is think.
I think.
Yeah, go with it.
But what I'm going to do is I'm also going to check the, I'm going to download the Windows Update Assistant. So we're going to let this go one more time, and we're going to get the drivers direct from Intel.
Okay.
Because it was a lot of Intel-related stuff that we saw in the Windows Update. I'm also seeing the new Windows Update releasing BIOS updates for HP and Dell computers. It's under option. It will say firmware, and you check it, it automatically applies the BIOS update for you, so you don't have to worry about picking the wrong one. And I'd love to see that integration into Windows Update. Takes a lot of the guesswork and nervousness out of it.
So now when this restarts, what's it going to do?
Well,
Besides blow up? No. It's
I'm
going to go
hoping it
immediately.
resolves the issue, but
Oh,
if
it's
it
going to
doesn't,
go. Yeah, it's going to go immediately to the updates, or no? Because you said restart and update. And
I told it to update and restart.
Start.
So it's supposed to be finishing whatever updates are waiting, and it seems to be stuck with one of the updates not completing.
So now that you wiped them out,
Well,
cleared them out. Yeah.
I cleared out, I didn't necessarily clear out the drivers. So when it reboots, which it will eventually, I'm going to download the Intel Driver Update Assistant, because if it's one of those driver updates that came from Windows Update, ideally there'll be something from Intel that replaces it and will overwrite it.
Okay.
So we just have to wait this out. That's what my best guess is that's going on. But while we're waiting, I will share with you, I bought one of these at Amazon, and I'm going to make a video about it. This is the StarTech Drive Sanitizer. People often ask, how do I get data from a drive
To wipe
that
it out
failed?
completely.
Well, they'll say one of two. How do I get the data back that I accidentally erased? Or the other question is, how do I completely erase the data off the drive to ensure no one can ever get it back? They're two very extreme questions. The answer to the first one is you always have backups, so you're never in the situation where you have to recover any deleted files. Or if the hard drive fails, you should always have copies of important data on another drive. The drive sanitizer here well, here, hold that for a second.
I will.
All right, I'll be right back.
And of course, chat, the other way is sledgehammer. All right. I must admit, I do have some 3.5 mechanical drives and my white Stormtrooper. I don't
UPS was here. I got to go bring some boxes in.
Oh, okay. Yeah, my black birthday build of a couple of years ago, that's just NVMe. Then I think I have 2 SSDs for storage. And then the little silver one with the handle that Carrie and I built, yeah, that's just got an NVMe and I think 1 SSD for storage. Now what's this machine doing? Oh, it's thinking. So, mechanical drives, slow. Packages. Okay. Now we're back to the, what do you call that? Desktop icon? Yeah. What's that screen? That's how much computer knowledge I know. The main screen, yeah. You got them there, Muscles? You need any help? Oh, okay. Can you handle it? All right. All right. Door. Ah. Don't strain yourself. All right. Michael Dane, call the witch doctor. Okay. Desktop. That's it. Well, it's one heck of a machine. Hate to lift it myself. I guess I could, but I wouldn't like it. So I would want this on some sort of wheels, yeah, to roll it around. More?
Give me a second.
Hurry back. It's a long time since I've had to be this interesting. All right, so.
Why start now?
Yeah. Oh, he's leaving again. All right.
I gotta open this box up. I don't know what it is.
Ah, okay.
I gotta know. It's like Christmas over here.
Ah. Not that you don't get boxes every day, so. Something you can show? That's not very descriptive. Ah, okay.
It's 4 of those 10 motherboards. I don't know why I only got 4.
Why am I saying ah? Okay.
I'm almost done.
Ah. Any recent auditions, Mitch? Actually, the month of December, typically from about next week, December 15th, around through the first week of January, typically is slow. But I have a monologue that I'm working on that's from a play called Hospitality Suite that got turned into a movie called The Big Kahuna with Danny DeVito and Kevin Spacey. That there's a monologue in there, and I'm working on it, and I plan on filming that within the next couple of weeks. So we shall, hopefully that'll turn out nice.
Let me get over by you so I
Okay.
can see the screen. I don't mean to interrupt you. You can.
No, try it one more time. Whether it says,
Well, I'm not
yeah.
going to go back there. What I'm going to do
It
is
was-
I'm going to go to the Intel driver
Gotcha.
update.
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah.
We'll grab that and we'll see if any of these are going to replace. I'm suspecting it's one of those optional updates that's giving us this issue. I could be wrong, but this is where I'm going to start. Got to start somewhere.
And for you, it's from the bottom up.
Hey,
Yeah.
start at the bottom and
Yeah.
stay there.
Say-
Why try harder? You can reach everything.
That's Hertz, isn't it? We try harder. Wasn't that their slogan?
I have no
Yeah.
idea. I'm not as old as you.
Okay. Scanning.
Is that back when
Yeah.
they used to rent carriages?
Yeah, scanning your system.
Ah, look at this. That's what I want to see. We still don't even have 21H2 on here.
Don't do it. All right.
No, I'm totally going to do it. That'll probably solve the problem too.
Oh,
So we'll let that
yeah. So
do
much
its
for
thing.
so much for getting work done. All
Yeah,
right.
well, what are you going to do? Monty contributes $10. He says, see if you can install the Intel driver support. Yeah, we're on the same page. Great minds think alike.
Yeah.
Mitch, I have to ask if you're a Brian Regan fan. For some reason, your sense of humor reminds me of his. Royal.
I like him. I like him. I was some of my stand-ups was the heavyset comedian that passed away at 50 years old,
John Panette.
John Panette. I'm starving, and
I got to meet him. He's a super cool
yeah,
dude.
so did I. Yeah, twice. So
Did you get his autograph?
I didn't. I just
I got his autograph, so I can prove I
that you met him. Down when he used to perform at the Tempe Improv.
That's right. Mm-hmm. He used to talk about how hot it was. He goes, you know, it's 110 degrees outside. My limo driver went to pick me up from the hotel, and we drove by a Dairy Queen. And I said, let's stop by the Dairy Queen. And the driver said, we can't, we don't have time. But then he changed his mind. What did he say after?
When he wiped the blood from his head.
From the back of his head. He had a change of mind.
Let's stop at the Dairy Queen. Yeah, John's one of John's DVD specials was filmed right there at the Tempe Improv.
Yeah, he was so funny. Him and Jim Gaffigan talking about food.
And like myself, I work clean. I don't use profanity. And,
Yeah, but the people who watch you do.
Yeah, so
The audience
yeah,
does.
they curse at me after I perform. So yeah, and that's in front of my face. All right, yeah.
When's the last time you did stand up? I mean, everything's been closed, right?
Yeah, it's been a while. I still write it. Still got a ton of new material. So
Yeah.
And you think this'll fix it?
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
you know,
Couldn't hurt. Yeah.
yeah, it's not going to make it worse. It could make it
Okay.
worse. But these are the right drivers. In other words,
Gotcha. Yeah.
Windows Update, there's a possibility it's giving us wrong drivers. They're getting better, but they're not perfect. But I guarantee if the drivers are being offered by Intel directly, then they are the right drivers, and they are more up to date than, you know, Windows Update wasn't offering us any of these, or it wouldn't be offering to us now, right? And I'd rather get it direct from Intel than through a third party, even if the third party is Microsoft. And it's free. So why not? I mean, if you got an Intel product with an Intel driver and it's not working, you got other problems. That's all I'm saying. Do a direct update repair with 21H2. Yeah, that's going to be after. I want to make sure I get all the latest drivers, because you don't want to find out that 21H2 fails the install because you have an old driver. Now we're creating another problem before solving the first one.
Yeah.
So we'll make sure all the drivers are updated. This is especially important with your video driver when it comes to installing big Microsoft updates, like Windows 11, for example.
Wow.
If you're going to upgrade from Windows 10, you want to make sure you've got all the latest drivers. So
Well, while we're waiting for this, you interrupted telling them about that.
yeah, so this is a drive eraser, and basically it does different kinds of writing onto the drive, like ones and zeros. It'll do like a 3-pass where it writes on every single sector of the drive, and it does that 3 times. Now, a 500 gig drive took nearly 4 hours. That's considered a Department of Defense level wipe. Nobody's getting anything off of it.
Okay.
There's also something called a quick erase. Now, the quick erase just is a 3-second. You would still be able to recover the data. And then there's like a standard erase. That's a single pass erase, one pass. One pass is probably enough that most professionals will not be able to get the data off of it, and it would require some super high-end, very expensive equipment and knowledge to recover data shadows and things like that. That's why the Department of Defense erase does 3 times. Now, every country has their own standard for what we call sanitizing a drive. So usually these boxes like this one will have different standards for different countries. This one's showing French, Denmark, Spain, Netherlands, Italy, Japan. And this also does the new 4K, the drives that have the 4K sectors, supports that. The one I've been using was the drive eraser, and it's still, you got to run cables, either SATA or IDE.
Okay.
And I wanted something more modern that I didn't have to mess with the cables. So this works as a drive dock. So, like right now, I've got about 30 drives that I have to sanitize. When I'm done sanitizing them, every once in a while a drive will come in and a customer will ask me to securely erase it for them. And I do it for free, I don't mind. Just set it to go and let it run. On average, it takes about 90 minutes on a single pass. It's when you're doing the 3-pass one that takes quite a while. But even then, I would do it at night before I go to bed, and by the time I wake up in the morning, it'll be done. I had a couple of 3 terabyte Seagates that had a single pass, took like 2.5 hours. And then when I don't need this for drive sanitizing, I can just use it as a hard drive dock.
Nice, yeah.
Yeah. So, and then there's no cables to mess with.
And you're going to do a product review on that?
I'll do a quick review, like an overview on Amazon Live.
Okay.
And I've got a bunch of other products I'm going to be reviewing as well over at Amazon Live. Whether or not I share those videos here on YouTube, I don't know yet. Amazon, they won't let me mention prices, and I can't direct people to other websites. So on YouTube, I have that freedom. So if I share the Amazon videos on YouTube, they're a little, they're not as in-depth, right? On the other hand, if I make them for YouTube, I often cannot share them on Amazon because it doesn't meet their requirements. Because prices are always changing and the videos will be up in perpetuity, it doesn't make any sense to mention prices. People do that in the comment section on videos. They'll say, oh, that motherboard you showed is only $119 today. Okay, your comment is there forever, for years and years and years. Someone might read your comment 4 years from now, and you might be commenting on a video that's 2 years old. It has no relevance anymore. So it makes sense why Amazon doesn't want you to mention prices. Also makes sense where sometimes prices go up, and that may cause somebody to be reluctant to buy, thinking, if it was at that price before, I'll wait. But there's no guarantee things like video cards will ever come back to their prices, ever, to where they once were.
Okay.
So anyway, this is $240. It can hook up to a serial printer where you can print out certification that the drive, the day and the time it was erased, the type of erasure that was done, like a Department of Defense 3-pass wipe. So when there's any auditing, especially if you're dealing with professional businesses as a self-employed tech, you need to give them reassurance. They're not just going to take your word for it. Where we're seeing a lot of data theft happening is happening on copy machines. The copy machines get leased, typically. And when the lease runs out, sometimes the salesman convinces them to upgrade, and the company comes and collects the old machine and they deliver the new machine. But they have hard drives in them now. And so what they're doing, copy machines now are making like a scanner. They're making an image on the drive. And if you don't sanitize those drives, and like it's a medical facility or a law firm, pretty much everything you ever copied is on the hard drive.
Yep.
So it's something like this is a sound investment. It's a great service to offer your customers if you're a tech. And it's not something I use very often. I've got about 30 hard drives here, and I don't know what to do with them. I've got a bunch of 500 gig drives that came out of the veteran giveaway builds that we replaced with SSDs. And they work, but they're not worth much. So if anybody's local in the Phoenix area is in need of some drives, I'll sell them real cheap. But anyway, there's a review coming up with that.
Because I'm thinking to wipe out a hard drive, I'm thinking Hammer, MC. You can't read and write this. Oh, no?
Wow.
Yeah. Does that age
That
me?
was brought to you
yeah.
by the 90s.
Yeah.
The 1890s.
Oh, 18.
Yeah, he was a blacksmith, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, it wants to
Okay,
restart.
start.
All right, we're on a good.
So then
Good
those will now load, right? With this restart, those drivers will load.
Yeah, those drivers will take
load.
effect. Give me a second. Speaking of it, I've got drives erasing as we speak,
Ah,
and they're done, so I'm going to switch them out.
yeah, when I had those 3.5s, those mechanicals that I didn't want to use anymore, I took great delight, Uncle Kerry, in pulling out the hammer, yeah, smashing them, take out some aggressions on them, and just bing. You gonna put 2 more in?
Yeah.
So let me ask you, chat, do some of you still, in your builds, still have mechanical drives in them? Or have you since kind of gone to NVMEs or even SSDs for your storage, or obviously the cloud? I mean, you can, but I don't know, they're just so, they hold so much data. I mean, whether it's a 2 terabyte, 4 terabyte, I still have 2 in my white Stormtrooper case, and they're each about half filled, but you're all set to do whatever you need to do.
All right, let's see what it's going to do here. Make sure that that's happy, and then we'll come over here. Ah, see, the update
Yeah.
option isn't there anymore.
Okay.
Hey, we made some progress. I was on the right path, wasn't I? So it was those drivers.
Hard to believe. All right.
Hard to believe.
Yeah.
30 plus years of experience, and I learned one thing.
Thing. Yeah.
At least one thing.
Yeah. Don't hit that cumulative update. All right.
Why not?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, that's the one that says they couldn't install?
Here we go again. Boot loop. No. No.
Well, now we've got the download
Download.
folder emptied, so this might take a little bit to rebuild. Oh, it was actually faster. Never mind. So this one is what? 7289, and this is 7253. Oh, that's a preview.
Yeah.
Well, okay. We're making progress again. Michael Dane said he found out he's a distance relation to Bill Engvall.
Oh,
What's your sign?
here's your sign. Yeah.
Oh, here's your sign?
Here's your sign. Yeah.
Frank M said he swapped out to a solid-state drive, made a world of difference.
Yeah.
Bob
Compared to,
Connors said, Mitch, I have a combination of all of the above you mentioned. What are you talking about?
3.5 mechanicals. I'm like, how many people in chat still have them in machines, or have they swapped them out for NVMEs or
Well, you know,
SSDs?
I was telling Mitch before we started the show, I've got another video coming up for Amazon Live where I bought an Intel NVMe 2 terabyte drive. They were on sale for $179. And the pluggable NVMe enclosure, that's toolless that I like.
Yep.
And that's going to be my 2 terabyte flash drive. I've been moving a lot of files back and forth between Studio A and Studio B, and these flash drives, they're just not holding the capacity I need. And then the Sabrent had a bunch of their drives on sale. So I got the 500 gig, the 1 terabyte, the 2 terabyte, and the 4 terabyte. Wait, that's the 500 gig. I got them backwards.
Yeah.
That's the 500,
Take 2.
the 1 terabyte, the 2 terabyte, and the 4 terabyte. The 500 gig was under $50. The 4 terabyte was like $507, so nearly $100 off.
Okay.
And I've been running 2 of these now. I've got one in my office computer at Studio A, and I've got one in the laptop, the Dell XPS that I use. and got no complaints. I've been using the one in the office computer over a year now, and it works just like it's supposed to work. So I'll be doing, and again, Sabrin's not paying me for this. It's all out of pocket for these, but I think it'll make for some good video over at Amazon. Yeah. And then the 500 gig I'll use on a giveaway, the 1 terabyte, the 2 terabyte, and the 4 terabyte. I don't know what I'm going to do with those yet, but I'm sure something will come up.
Prompting you to restart.
So you see, I have a ton of content I have to make. I mean, these are just ongoing projects that I have to make time for. But I have to get this big beast build done. I need to get it out of here by the end of the year.
Chop, chop.
Alhej Tepej says, I use hard drives only in a NAS. Yeah, me too.
Yep.
I got 2 12 terabytes in my NAS.
And I've got 4 8s.
Tony Wallow says, hello. Hey, Tony. Did Tony get the computer I sent? Tony's got 3 computers for me now. He's going to open a Kerry Olsman Computer Museum.
Triple threat. No.
Luke Greenius says, Kerry, just to let you know, the Musitex build is solidly screaming right along with 0 issues.
Okay.
I expect nothing less.
Now you're going to check and see if...
Yeah, let's go back to full screen. All right, let's see where we're at on this. So once again, oh, see, update and restart is showing. That usually implies it's still updating. So while it's doing that, let's go to the apps section and let's take out this Groove Music. I want that gone. And Mixed Reality Portal, let's get that out of here. Movies and TV, let's get that out of here. I use VLC for that. This is like a sales thing for Office. We don't want that. Skype, we don't want that. Customer can install Skype if they want it.
Zoom, zoom, zoom.
Windows PC Health Check. Yeah. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. And so while I was doing that, in theory, it's still updating in the background. Let's go back over to the power. See? Doesn't offer update because that update was still running in the background.
Okay.
So just an FYI if you see that. Now, if we want to force, well, let's get rid of the Microsoft Store. Let me unpin that and get rid of this mail program. Now, I'll go to download Windows 10. Click on the first link, click Update Now, and open the file. Yes. Close this out, we don't need that anymore. Update now, next, and we wait some more. So this is going to be sort of a Q&A video, I guess, today, based on all of these delays that, you know, I wish I had the ability to hook this up last night and I could have done this. But there's no way I could have brought it up here. So it is what it is. It's live. Remember, the more computers you have, the more often you have to do updates. Every computer needs them. Because this computer has 2 motherboards and 2 operating systems, all the same updates have to be done again on the second motherboard, though we're not worried about the second motherboard today. But I do want this board up and running correctly before we add any more work to it. Kerry, what's the point of upgrading a NAS RAM to 8 gigabytes? If you want to run virtual machines on the NAS, the Synology NASs, you can run like Linux right on the NAS as a virtual machine. You can also run other little applications. The more RAM you have, the faster those apps will run. I upgraded my NAS RAM to I think 8 or 16 gigs, and it was still painfully slow as a virtual machine for Linux. It was like painful. But, you know, depending on what you want it for, you can configure your NAS to do downloading for you or even to do rendering for you and offload it off your main machine onto the NAS. And the more RAM it has, the faster it'll do that.
I love me my NAS. Synology.
Instant Horror says, Carrie, I've got two 1 terabyte M.2 SATA drives on my motherboard, and the motherboard only has those 2 slots. Should I just add a conventional SATA now for more storage space instead of swapping one of the 1 terabyte M.2s? It's about speed. If the M.2s are SATA, then whether or not it's a 2.5-inch SATA or an M.2 SATA, the same speed limit applies of 550 megabytes a second. But if it's an NVMe, you're running anywhere from probably 1,700 upwards of 7,000 megabytes per second if it's PCI Gen 4, 3,600 megabytes per second on a high-performance Gen 3. So when you start increasing capacity and you're needing terabytes of storage, hard drives, mechanical hard drives are much more affordable, but they're going to run the data probably 180 megabytes a second. So as I mentioned, my NAS has 2 12 terabyte hard drives. It's not possible for me to buy a 12 terabyte SSD. Probably never will be possible. As I've shown you, there's the 500 gig, terabyte, 2 terabyte, 4 terabyte, 8 terabyte. The next will be 16. It'll double every time. Then 32, then 64. So you get what you can afford. So that's a decision you'll have to make on your own based on what your budget is and how important performance is. Rick Lake says, today's show is brought to you by Windows Updates. Give me some of that Windows Update money.
From our pals at Microsoft. Yeah.
Terrell Cockerham says, more RAM for Dockers. Also, the file system you use for your RAID may need more RAM. ZFS uses 1 gig of RAM for every terabyte of storage. Synology uses their own hybrid RAID system. They don't use ZFS.
Yeah, what is that? SHR or?
Yeah, Synology hybrid RAID.
Right.
Yeah.
I was right for once. Okay.
Michael Dane said, whoever said that the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results has obviously never had to reboot a computer. Yeah, we're getting into a little buffering on the stream. It looks like it's struggling a little bit. I don't know why. But bear with us. It's self-correcting, whatever it's doing. Diesel Doctor says, hello, welcome in. Marty says, Carrie, you're having network issues. Yeah, it does seem to be.
Yeah.
It's a tough Friday today.
Yeah.
It's really giving me grief.
I need Reese's Pieces. All right.
All right, E.T., phone home. You might want to mute your microphone so we don't have to hear you crunching on Reese's Pieces.
Yes, sir.
You know, the switch on the top of the mic pack?
Mm-hmm.
Joe wants to know, does it make sense to run your OS on a 500 gig 2.5-inch SATA and store games on a 2 terabyte NVMe for faster access, or the other way around? It depends on the game. They're all written differently. Ideally, you just wouldn't use a mechanical drive at all, but something like Microsoft Flight Simulator could consume a whole 2 terabyte drive. So there is no one-size-fits-all answer to that. You have to figure out what works best for you. What you consider to be fast and what you consider to be budget friendly are going to be unique from your perspective. No one else is likely to share the same perspective in both budget and performance. And also, the variable is the hardware you have and the games you're playing. You combine all those variables together, it results in tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of different possible answers that would be acceptable to different people. Paul1961 said he put a Samsung 870 Evo Pro into an 8-year-old laptop. That's probably the best upgrade you could ever do for that 8-year-old laptop. Carrie, can you disable the automatic drive checker in Windows 10 while booting up? What's an automatic drive checker? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't. I've never heard of something called an automatic drive check. Are you just making up stuff now? If you can ask me I don't know what you're referring to. I don't know what an automatic drive checker is. Whatever it is you're saying, tell me what it is word for word. Because whatever you're describing, I have no idea what that is, what you're referencing. Andy Kane contributes €5. He says, hey guy, it's great to see yous again. Here's a few dollars to help your channel carry. Much appreciated. Regards from South Dublin, Ireland. Well, sláinte. Cheers, Andy. Thank you.
God, I got to get over there. Yeah.
Is Andy blue? You got to make sure Andy's blue in here. Oh, wrong button. Yeah, he's blue.
Yeah.
25% of the way. Riveting video with 511 people watching. Where are you watching from? Give us a shout out. Tell us what country you're in or what state you are in.
I'm in boredom. Does that count? No, that doesn't.
It follows you wherever you go. Did you mute and unmute?
I unmuted, yeah.
All right. Dan Nilsson watches us from Sweden. Oystein is in Norway. Gerhard is in Germany. Tony joins us from California. Siegfried is in Spain. James Prezzi's in San Diego. Bikeman is in Michigan.
Uncle Carrie's favorite? Michigan.
It's my home.
Yeah.
It's not a matter of being a favorite.
Right.
Home is home. Babamoo is from sunny northeast England land. Spryrab is in Reno. Enrique is in Panama.
Van Halen. All right.
Arto is in Finland. Patrick Manny joins us from Ohio. Selden Bell's in upstate New York. Martin Postema is in Netherlands. Stan Ristov is in Kent in the UK. Luke Greeny is in Vermont. George Cortez is in Texas. Wayne Bennett's in Nova Scotia, Canada. David Moore's in the UK. Adoptable Joshi is near Philadelphia. David Herzog also in Hawaii. Sorry, I'm reading two things at once. He's in Ohio. Blackhawk is in Glendale, Arizona. William Hill is in Birmingham in the UK. Cyberlinks is in Dallas, Texas. Bob Connors joins us from Alpena, Michigan, where it's 37 degrees Fahrenheit. That's a little nippy. Curious Sheba is in Argentina. Ghost Trucker joins us from Tennessee, but he's driving through Iowa. Rickard Jacobson is in Sweden. Al Hej is in Slovenia. Zdravko is in Croatia. B.H. Ringer's in Nova Scotia. 36 Bounce is in Arlington Heights, Illinois. Linda Hudson joins us from Lexington, North Carolina. We've got more folks from, let's see, Pennsylvania, South Wales. I got to go to Wales. I love a Welsh accent. I'm telling you, people could read the ingredients on a bag of chips and a bag of crisps in a Welsh accent, and you'd have my full attention.
You'd be riveted. All right.
Riveted.
Yeah.
Team Compuripo is in Flanders, Belgium. Did the computer go to sleep? Looks like it went to sleep. Wakey, wakey. Jim joins us from Florida. Maxwell's in Pittsfield, Massachusetts. Joe joins us from southern Wisconsin. Tim Davern's in Seattle, Washington. And Raj D is in Essex in the UK. Jeff Ryman joins us from Las Vegas. Sarge Tech joins us from Central Georgia. Mats Olof joins us from Sweden. We got a lot of Swedish. There's at least 3 Swedes. I'm big in Sweden. I got to go to Sweden. You want to go to Zurich? What are you doing later?
We can teleport there later.
The Mac Geek from New York. Yunez says hello from, is that supposed to say Morocco? Morocco. Again, Scott joins us from Ohio. A lot of viewers in Sweden and Ohio. That's a weird combination.
Yeah.
Is that like peanut butter and chocolate? Bryce joins us from Wellington, New Zealand.
Ohio.
DJ Lion says, come to Australia. I'd love to go to Australia.
Yep.
Yeah, 14-hour flight.
I'd like to scuba dive on the Great Barrier Reef and get inside the shark cage and.
Oh, no shark cage. Just go out there.
And
you can swim with whale sharks out there. They're
I
friendly.
got to go in the shark cage.
How do you say this one? Morecambe? In the UK. Andrew joins us from a city I can't pronounce in the UK. Johnny Weld says, nice shirt, Mitch. Your shirt's getting a lot of attention today, Mitch. Nobody said anything about my shirt.
Yeah, they were bored.
What am I?
Bored with the Toto shirts, yeah.
Shop liver. Raj says, you should visit Lelinfergwinik Lala Karajudro Silly Gogogach
in
in northern Wales. That is the longest city name in the world. And it's got a weird, it's Lanfergliskin Gilgogori Chumrandro Brawantislagogogach.
Kazunite, all right.
I got the last part of it. I know the Gogogach.
Yeah.
And the rest of it, there's a part of it that sounds like speech impediment, where the sound is like a. It's not a sound. It's a. I can't even do it. I can't even make that noise with my mouth. But there's a weatherman on YouTube that pronounces it like it's not. On the weather today, and it just says it, and you're like, whoa. 36 Bounce says, I love your attire, Carrie. Finally, I got some love. Thank you.
Yeah, you have
one person.
Yeah,
one person.
You have very poor taste. All right.
Well, there's got to be somebody else who's got nice, poor taste too. I'm not rich. I don't have rich taste. We all can't be rich like Mitch.
It rhymes. Remember that. All right.
So there's something else.
Yeah. Ain't that
Just saying.
Yeah. Ain't that a Mitch? All right. So.
Lawn Dog says, Mitch, please keep wearing the flashy T-shirts. It's one of the positive things I. Jeez, I don't know. Is that a compliment?
I'm
you know what I like best about you, Mitch, is your T-shirt.
Yeah. I'm kind of running out of them. So.
Is Lilin Fairplay intro Liz Gogo Gach a real place? Yes, it's a real place. You can get a postmark, so you can say you've been there.
Okay.
It actually wasn't the original name of the city. They did it on purpose. And it literally means something like it's down the street to the corner 3 blocks from the river or something like that. That's the name of the city, the directions on how to get to the city. At least that's what I've heard. John Gardner says, Arkansas. Hey, y'all. Welcome in, John. Frank Jimmy says, bring back the Charlie Sheen lounge shirts from your older videos. They're coming. Alish has pronounced it. Lanver pool gwyn gil gogur yuquern drob ul landras lilo gogogach. Only say it really fast without all the hesitation.
Right.
It's just like that. Can we just call it gogogach? Because I can say that.
Yeah.
That's in Wales. And in the Welsh language, they have a thing against vowels. Like they just put all these consonants together. There's 2 L's. What's 2 L's? What is that? I mean, we have that like with llama. It's like words with 2 U's. How many words can you think of in the English language that have 2 U's next to each other? Like vacuum, continuum. I think that's it. I think those are the only 2 words. Why do I know this? What's wrong with me? Don't answer that.
Yeah.
Wow, this update is a riveting. This is the most riveting video we've made in a long time.
It's a bit pokey. Yeah.
Steven says, good afternoon from Oklahoma. Welcome in, Steven. Chris Garrett says, ask Siri to pronounce it. What's Siri? What is that?
Yeah.
You have an iPhone?
And don't.
How do I ask it to pronounce something I can't pronounce?
And
That doesn't
don't-
even make any sense.
And don't use the A word, or everybody's puck will go off.
Alexa? Hey, Alexa. Hey, Google. Who is Carrie Holzman?
Tell us in 10 words or less.
So we're waiting on Windows 21 H2 to install. We're doing it the hard way, so it's going to take a while. And while we're waiting, we're just taking questions from the audience, if you have any questions for us. We're just biding our time for these updates to be finished. Your download is dreadfully slow. Well, nothing I can do about it. Frank M. said, my Alexa just responded, thanks. You're welcome. Rick Lake said, mine answered you, but I told it to stop.
Oh. Tell it to order some unicorn meat. All right, there you go.
DJ Lion contributes $5 Australian. Says, Canada and Russia are both claiming the North Pole. There may be another Cold War. Bob Connor says his Alexa just answered. That's funny.
Okay.
The word moo-moo has a double U. That moo-moo wasn't spelled that way. David Martinez says, hey, Carrie and Mitch, awesome podcast. Live Windows Training with Doug Betts says, my Alexis responded, according to Wikipedia, Carrie Holzman is an American journalist. This is true. Well, I don't know that it's true anymore. But yeah, you can find articles I've written online. I've written for Tom's Hardware, Smart Computing Magazine, a number of trade magazines.
I hear the ice cream.
Dear Penthouse.
I hear the ice cream man.
You want me to give you $1?
The ice cream man. I want a fudgicle. All right.
Did you clean your room?
Push pop. Yeah. Then no ice cream for you. All right.
Boy, I'm going to get a copyright notification from YouTube on that. You watch. The Ice Cream Salesmen of America, their union,
Yeah.
their labor union is going
use
to
that tune. Yeah.
is going to enforce the copyright of what's that song called?
Yeah. I forget the name of that tune.
You ever watch Doug Betts' YouTube channel? Say yes.
Say yes. Yeah. Yes. All the time. Yeah.
No, Doug does. He's been in the industry as long as, maybe even a little longer than I have, and he's offering to fix people's computers for free as long as he can stream it live on YouTube to use it as an educational benefit for anybody else who may have a similar problem or may in the future have a similar problem. And I love, seeing a real technician doing actual work as a change from all the enthusiast videos. And sometimes I pop in there in his live chat during his videos, and
Did that go to sleep? Yeah.
yeah, just wiggle that mouse.
This one?
So you can check out, if you're not already, check out Doug Beck's YouTube channel, Live Windows Training.
And I do watch the one that you kind of recommended, that Greg Salazar.
I like
Yeah,
Greg
yeah.
Salazar. He does. Hey, look, the
Yeah.
hummingbird's back.
Ah, he's very thirsty. Yeah.
There's a humming pig.
Yep.
Oh, he's gone. Raj contributes £10. Thanks, Raj.
That's Farmer in
That
the
ice cream guy, is he just parked out there?
Yeah, that's Farmer in the Dell. Yeah.
Is it Farmer in the Dell?
Yeah.
I think you're right.
Yeah. Brains. I got brains.
You are a real music enthusiast.
Don't let them go to your head. All right.
He knows all the nursery rhymes. Michael Dane says he found your photo on imdb.com. Yeah, you've been in some movies and commercials.
It's,
He's
yes.
famous.
Yeah, you just type, IMDb Mitch Morrison, and there I go. You can see some clips.
Cowboy Rowdy said he sent a gift card. Thank you, Cowboy Rowdy. Why don't you offer to fix Mitch for free live on YouTube? I don't have the tools. Trust me. That requires some very special tools.
Yes.
Chris Garrett says, Carrie and Live Windows Training Doug Betts are good people and few others who join in on Zoom. Yeah, some of the viewers here also watch Doug and have joined him on his Zoom call.
Okay.
So it's been cool to see faces of some of the people I see in the chat. I like that a lot.
Yep.
That guy isn't leaving. That is either the slowest ice cream truck ever.
Or there's a dozen kids out there can't making up their mind. Do they want to push pop?
Bomb pop.
Bomb pop.
It's got to be a bomb pop. Push pop.
Creamsicle, fudgicle, drumstick.
There he goes. Finally.
Finally.
Oh my gosh.
Bye-bye, Farmer in the Dell. Okay.
Yeah, El Hedge puts your IMDb page link in the chat room. That would be funny if it was a copyright notice on that.
Oh.
Wouldn't that be hilarious? Chris Garrett said he asked Siri who is Mitch Morrison. Now, you're with the Screen Actors Guild.
Yes, I am. Yeah.
So do you go by Mitch or Mitchell?
Mitchell's my legal name, but I think when I went to sign up for the Screen Actors Guild, there was already a Mitchell Morrison, and you can't have two actors with the same name. So I always go by Mitch anyway, so I said just Mitch Morrison. They're like, you can have that. And
I always wonder about people who have their stage names. There was somebody the other day. Vin Diesel. The guy's name is not Vin Diesel. I mean, cars have a Vin, and cars can be Diesel.
Right.
And he's a car guy. I think his name is Mark Sinclair. Do you think anybody calls him Mark anymore? Like, do you think his parents call him Vin? He's known as Vin Diesel.
Yeah.
At one point, does anybody know him as Mark Sinclair?
And then, because I was late on the draw, Carrie, I wanted, MitchellMorrison.com, but there's a kid, I'll bet he's about 35 in Tennessee, and clearly that's his name because I type in MitchellMorrison.com and his website comes up. And
you didn't get it early enough. You'll have to get MitchMorrison.net, MitchMorrison.us.
And I emailed him and said, I will buy.
Oh, he's not going to sell his name.
Right. And so, but I said, don't say $1 million, but I said, if you want to sell it, I will buy it because I happen to have the exact same name. And he's like, no. But he said, MitchellMorrison.net is open. And I'm like, it's not the same, but I think I bought it, anyway. Yeah. So.
Or just tell people you're him.
Is
he better looking than you?
No.
Is he younger?
He's about 35.
There you go.
Yeah. And Mitch has a twin. Yes, I have a twin sister.
That's true.
But I'm 5 minutes older. So put that in your pipe and smoke it. Yeah. 2 brothers, 2 sisters, and me. 5 kids.
Sarge Tech says he wants the Good Humor mint chocolate chip bar. The one I always liked was the Good Humor almond.
Yeah. Yeah, it was not called baked almond, but I know exactly the one you're talking about, yeah.
When I was in Michigan, they still sold them at Meijer. I was so happy.
Really?
Yeah, I think I took a picture of it on my phone. I couldn't believe it. Also, somebody said they sent a gift card. Let's go through since we're waiting on this anyway.
Okay.
Let's see what I've been missing, because the PayPal contributions or gift cards, they go in through email. I don't see them unless I check my phone. So $5 came in through PayPal from Jonathan Smith with no message. Shalane Bell sent $10.50. Please use however you need for your YouTube channel. I learn a lot there. Thank you. Very kind. Thank you.
At least I can eat tonight. Okay. One wing. All right. Yeah.
Cowboy Roddy contributed a $50 Amazon gift
Wow.
card. Very nice. David Martinez also sent a gift card of $25. Thank you, David. Thanks, guys.
Now I can have 2 wings. All right.
2 wings. The price of chicken has gone
Yeah,
up.
come on.
Would you go see Weird Al Yankovic? Full on VIP, the ultimate fan extras. Where's he going to be? Personally autographed custom 22 Vanity Tour poster. Weird Al Jeopardy, a pre-show experience challenging people to the ultimate Weird Al trivia contest.
But they do mention this tour, he's not doing, you know, anything but his band. So it's no props, no, you know, screens. And so it's just he and his band, and I'm like, so. But yeah.
I saw him at the Del Mar State Fair in California. Check your Amazon email. That's from Frankie. Was Frankie one of the two that, one was Cowboy Rowdy, and the other one was from David Martinez. I don't see anything from Frankie B yet. But thanks, you guys. Appreciate generosity. I was looking for that ice cream. See, I got distracted. So
You took a photo.
I couldn't believe it. Yeah, I had to take a picture of it.
Roasted almond bar, yeah. Or something.
That's what it was called.
Roasted.
Yes.
Yeah. Not toasted, roasted. Yeah.
Oh, no, wait, no. I think it was toasted.
Toasted.
Toasted. But somewhere in here, I thought. Maybe not. I got a picture of Buddy's Pizza.
Yeah,
So good.
I like that. Yeah.
So good. Yeah.
And you always, when you were in Michigan, you always sent it to me when I was like starving Marvin, and I'm like,
look what I got.
drooling over my phone. I'm like, nice guy.
Hey, I thought you'd be
Yeah.
happy for me. I thought you would enjoy it vicariously.
Yeah.
There's Grand Rapids. I think I'm getting closer. There's Lake Michigan. I think I'm getting closer. There's the apple cider. Look at this squirrel.
That's just chilling. You got to go up and show him. Yeah.
This squirrel was just like hanging out, and I got real close to him.
Just chilling. Yeah.
He didn't mind. And some people were seeing me take the picture, and they said, "Is that real?" And then he got up and he scurried up a tree.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know we're biding for time when I'm looking through my phone for pictures of ice cream. There it is.
Yep.
That is the best ice cream in the whole wide world.
Yeah.
I will show everybody. And I don't know why you can't find it in the stores anymore. My last trip to Michigan, they didn't have it anymore. But the last 2 years I was there, when I saw that,
Oh, yeah,
I bought
I
three
didn't-
boxes.
Yeah. I'd had eaten the whole box. Yeah.
And they're smaller than I remember. But I figured I was going to be there for 2 weeks. I'd have one a day. So I bought 3 boxes, and so I had to have 2 on certain days, you know,
Okay.
because, you know, I had to do it.
Are they what you remember?
Oh, my God,
literally,
yes.
yeah.
Oh.
So,
Oh, that's such childhood memories. So that's what I would get off the ice cream truck.
toasted. Yeah.
Toasted almond good humor bars. They only seem to have the strawberry one now.
Right. Yeah.
And sometimes you'll see the chocolate one, but I never ever see the toasted almond. And I can't find it anywhere.
Yeah.
That is like heaven. Sorry, I went off on my... I'm not a big ice cream fan, but that I will wait in a line for an hour if I had to buy it. Oh, did this go to sleep again? TheMitchellMorrison.com is free.
Yeah. And then
Everybody does that on Twitter.
Well, and then my full legal name I was able to get because my middle name is unique. So
That's a weird middle
yeah,
name.
that's a weird.
That's a very unique middle
yeah,
name.
Mitchell Unique Morris. Yeah.
Mum's the word.
So I was able to get my full name.com. So, but the guy in Tennessee responded, and he just said,
That's
you know,
nice.
we have the same name, and so he's like, you know, you would be the first I would contact if I ever wanted to sell it. And I said, okay, I just,
Yeah,
you know,
why would he want to sell it?
yeah. So
Andy Kane says, we call that an ice pop here in Ireland. Now, see, in America, what we would call an ice pop, nobody calls it an ice pop, but maybe like Otter Pops.
Right. Yeah.
Where it's like in a plastic tube and you squeeze it out, and there's different cherry, grape, orange,
Yeah.
lemon, lime.
Throw them in the freezer, yeah, as a kid, yeah.
Cyberlink says, I always favored the push-ups.
Push-ups, yeah.
Nothing like eating ice cream through an old toilet paper
Paper
tube.
roll, yeah.
That's a toilet paper tube all day.
Yeah.
Hawaii calls them ice pops. Well, now they have shaved ice. That's what Hawaii is known for, right?
Well, once a year I get a hankering for one of those.
Apparently
yeah.
you're sending people over to that guy's website right now.
Well,
He's
good.
what's all this traffic?
Traffic, yeah.
MitchMorrison.com has pictures, resume, etc. of our Mitch. Is it a troll?
No, that is my actor website, and I'm in the process of updating it because it has pictures of me with long hair that I no longer have, and clips of me and video clips of me with long hair, which I no longer have. So hopefully that will be resolved here within the next week, and I'll let you know next Friday.
Rick Lakes likes Haagen-Dazs. Yeah, but we didn't have Haagen-Dazs growing up. And we're talking about stuff growing up.
Yeah.
But the vanilla Swiss almond Haagen-Dazs. Oh,
Yeah, it's just so rich and so full of fat.
It's not rich.
Oh.
The vanilla Swiss almond, it's the chocolate-covered almonds in vanilla ice cream.
Oh. And don't even get me started on a Klondike bar. There's a free plug. All right.
I never got into the
Never got them
Klondike.
into.
Yeah.
They're square and they're nice.
Yeah, they're
vanilla
just
ice cream. Yeah.
that and those Magnum ones, the Magnum ice cream. I like mild flavors. I was going to say bland, but that's not very flattering. But like the almond, it's a very unique flavor.
Yep.
When you get into something like Rocky Road, that would be rich. I don't want that. Or anything with fudge, chocolate swirls, I don't want any of that stuff. Too rich for me. Johnny Weld mentions cookies and cream. Never got into it. But as a kid, I remember we would go to the Baskin & Robbins 31 flavors, and my friend would get the bubblegum ice cream, and he would kind of collect the bubblegum in the corner of his mouth.
See the
He
type,
would save it until he had a big glob of gum.
Yeah.
Patrick Rousseau says, Mitch, I love
Klondike.
Klondikes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the Klondike bar.
Someone says, Mitch, grow the hair back. Not in this lifetime. That was
It's a lot of work.
for a younger man, and it was costing me jobs. They wouldn't hire me to play doctors, attorneys, even if I had it in a ponytail. They're like, eventually.
Well, there's that scene of you playing a doctor with the ponytail, right?
Well, that was funny, yeah. But I mean, eventually they're like, you're gonna, and I'm like, from dead on, if I had my hair pulled back, you'd never know I had a ponytail. And they're like, yeah, but eventually you're gonna pivot and turn to another character, and we're gonna see that, and that is different than somebody that has short hair. And I went, okay. And then my commercial agent was for years going, you've just got to cut that hair. She's like, I can't send you out with long hair, hippie. If you cut it short, there's all I could,
Well, it's short, now where's the jobs? So you did your part, it's okay.
Yeah. 2 words, the pandemic. All right. Yeah. But I'm boosted and ready to go. I've had 17 shots. I'm ready.
17 shots. Did you get rabies?
Yeah. No, scabies. All right, so I'm ready to go.
Well, now you know why he's on that side of the counter.
Yeah.
Pistachio. Ooh.
Ooh.
Oh, do you know what I got? When I was in New Mexico, they have pistachio farms in a city called Alamogordo.
Okay. Say that 3 times fast.
Alamogordo, Alamogordo, Alamogordo.
Okay. All right. Ooh.
You want to see the biggest bag of pistachios you've ever seen in your life?
Stop boasting. All right. So. Wow.
Those are red and green chili flavor. And I don't know what it is about the chili flavor,
I'll cover my
but it
face.
makes me sneeze. If I start eating those, I'll have a sneezing fit.
Oh, and it's open.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And they're still fresh. They're still... There's never a better pistachio than fresh from the farm.
Can't get that away from
This is from Pistachio Tree Ranch.
Give them a plug, yeah.
5-pound bag of pistachios, red and green chili flavor. I thought plain pistachios were pretty good.
What's their website? From Alamogordo? You must.
I think it's pistachioland.com. There's two big ones, Heart of the Desert and Pistachio Land.
Okay.
They're right next door to each other. 80 ounces. Of course, 60 ounces is shell. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
yeah.
a
Pistachio.
It's a little
ice cream.
pricey, but you can have them mailed.
Okay.
Certainly anywhere in the United States. I don't know where else they ship to. They are so good, so good.
Hey, Mitch, what would you do for a Klondike bar? How old are you? A family-friendly show. All right.
Xrod 666 contributes $5.
Yeah.
That's almost enough to pay for a Klondike bar.
Yeah.
Now, I will tell you, a good old-fashioned ice cream sandwich.
Yeah.
Not the stuff they sell, not
Right.
the generic stuff, because that's not even real ice cream anymore.
And you remember, you had the standard size, then you had the jumbos. Did you ever see where it was the jumbo ice cream sandwiches?
But I'll tell you what did happen to me.
Wow.
It was advertised giant ice cream sandwich. So I
Okay.
bought it, thinking it was going to be
Right.
big.
Yeah.
But it was regular size, and the name of the company was Giant. I felt so ripped off.
Sucker. All right. Yeah.
Giant, and the word giant was big, by the way. Giant ice cream sandwich.
Right.
And it's just a regular ice cream sandwich.
Read that fine print.
There was a bank, too, that were called, the name of the bank was like, it was something like World's Foremost Bank.
Okay.
And that was the name of the bank.
All right.
We're the world's foremost bank. No, you're not. No, that's the name of the company.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got me on that ice cream sandwich.
Yeah.
though.
So you've never seen a jumbo, one of the jumbos?
Well, the
ice cream.
Klondikes are big, but
Yeah.
the ratio of cookie to ice cream.
Chocolate.
Well,
Ice cream, yeah.
well, they have the Klondikes with the cookie too, don't they?
With cookie dough instead of ice
No,
cream?
not cookie
you
dough.
don't with-
The sandwich part of it.
Okay.
So I know they have the dipped ones,
yeah.
right? But there's no cookie part. It's just chocolate.
chocolate.
It's messy.
Yeah.
But then a regular ice cream sandwich has like the cookie part,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Doesn't Klondike make it with the cookie part too?
I'm not
Who am I
sure.
thinking of?
Yeah. Yeah.
And Oreo. Oreo's got an ice cream sandwich that uses the Oreo cookie flavor for the sandwich part, for the
Okay.
cookie part.
For the, yeah.
But they're like $6 for a box of 4 of them. And I eat 4 of
Yeah.
them in 2 seconds. They're very addictive. What about s'mores? Too rich for my liking. We did s'mores when I was in Cub Scouts.
Yeah.
Back in the day.
Yeah.
But I have a sensitivity to rich foods.
Hershey's chocolate. Yeah.
Moon pies and RC cola. Yeah.
Get me some Hershey's bars.
Have I
Uncle
tried
Carrie.
Blue Bunny eggnog ice cream sandwich? I don't like eggnog, so I don't think I would like.
That's only a Christmas holiday that I'll have a cup of it, and I don't want it spiked.
Drinking eggs just doesn't sound.
just the
Anything with the
eggnog.
word egg in it as a
Yeah.
drink just doesn't sound
Yeah.
appetizing to me.
Yeah. You go to a party and if there's a bowl, I'll have a.
If they have punch,
Yeah.
I'll totally do punch.
Yeah.
The Bronc 9 says, I'm back in London now. The temperature is 8 degrees Celsius now, not
Okay.
ice cream weather.
Okay.
It's interesting that I tend to be drawn more towards ice cream in the wintertime.
Oh, London this time of year though, Christmas time. I'll bet it's beautiful. I'll bet it's just beautiful.
Carrie, do you remember Chipwich? I remember the name.
Yeah, I remember the name. I'm sure I had it. Yeah, I mean.
Remember Farrell's?
The zoo, yeah, of course. That was
The zoo?
big, well, yeah, that was the big. You never had a zoo where they brought it? 2 guys had it on a.
No,
it was
we
like
were poor.
32 scale.
But we'd go to Farrell's, we'd see other people, they had the straw hats and they'd
Yeah.
all sing and they had the
Right.
striped shirts.
Yeah.
And they opened up a new Farrell's in like Ventura County in California. And there was some rumor going around that somebody had bought out the name and was going to open them here in Chandler or Mesa. But it turned out it was just
Yeah.
wasn't true. It's just a rumor. Farrell's ice cream. That was really popular in the 1970s, certainly in Michigan. Fat Boy ice cream sandwiches, that's, I think, the ones that are, yeah, those and Klondikes I don't care for. Buy this, update us. It's hard to believe this is this much money for this computer and it's that slow. But it's just like buying a Ferrari and getting on the freeway at rush hour. It's not the computer's fault, the internet's slow.
I want fiber so bad at Morrison Manor. I don't think it'll ever, I mean, gigabytes.
I thought you were talking about your diet.
Yeah, that too. Mucinex, Metamucil.
Is that age?
Yeah, Metamucil. Leave me alone.
Paul, 1961 says, I love ice cream, but should not be eating it at 400 pounds. Yeah, I would say 400 pounds it's concerning. It starts to become a real serious health concern. I think once you exceed 300 pounds, hey, look at Shaq. He's a big dude.
Big dude.
And he's at 300, a little over 300 pounds, I think. But I don't think you're long for this earth if you weigh that, 300 plus pounds. I don't think you're going to reach 90 years old.
It's big.
All Substance says, I lived in Alamogordo once. I liked it after a while, but living there made my dad retire 4 years earlier than he had planned. Diesel Doctor mentions A&W root beer floats.
Okay.
In Michigan, we had something called a Boston Cooler, which was vanilla ice cream and Verner's. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
And even in the wintertime, you warm the Verner's and then put the ice cream in it. Very nice.
We didn't do that. That's blasphemous.
Yeah. What reform school did you go to?
Carrie and Mitch, come to Slovenia. We have 7 inches of snow with a temperature of 26.6. You got to make sure you have that 0.6 on there. There's a couple of countries like, I think, Slovakia and Slovenia. They sound very similar, and they both look like really nice places. I have never been to Europe, so I would very much love to go. Absolutely. Of course, not the best time to travel. Chunky bar. Remember Chunky? Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. They were square, yeah.
Hey, do you know what I got? I found something I hadn't seen in a long time, speaking of all this chocolate. And I'm not a big sweets person, I have a little bit goes a long way with me.
They had the regular solid milk chocolate Chunkies, and then they finally released them with peanuts, I think, or walnuts.
People can hear the wrapper.
That's sound effects there.
Catch. When's the last time you've seen a Mr. Good bar? Hey, they should be a sponsor.
Yeah.
Just peanuts and milk chocolate. Simple. The simple things in life. Andy says I have to go to Ireland first. If I go to Ireland, I'm going to Scotland and I'm going to Wales.
Yeah.
There's no way I'm going to be that close and not hit, London, and probably have to go to Northern Ireland too.
You might want to take your dentures out before you eat that. I'm just saying.
Why? My dentures are attached to my skull.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, give me a wrapper. You didn't know Mitch was a rapper.
Yeah, that's good, yeah.
See, that little tiny bar of chocolate, that's all I need for all of today. That's enough. Stan says, how come people in the United States want to go to Europe and people in Europe want to go to the United States? The grass is always greener. I don't want to necessarily move there. I might. I've never been there, but most Americans want to go to Europe so they can get free health care. Oh, Charles Chips. Remember Charles Chips that were in a big can? Mm-hmm. Whatever happened to them?
And with the last name Morrison, I'm Scotch-Irish, so I said to myself, I've got to at least go to Ireland and kiss the Blarney Stone once. Twice if I like it, so.
The whatchamacallit bar, yeah.
Yeah, I remember those, yeah.
I used to like a candy bar. It was caramel that was woven like this, covered in chocolate. It was called a marathon bar.
Yeah.
Now in England, They still make it. They don't make it here in the U.S. anymore.
Okay.
In England, it's called a curly whirly, and it is the exact same thing. It's like 12 inches long. It's about an inch wide. I'm sure if you saw it, you'd remember it. And I used to get them over at Cost Plus World Market.
Okay.
They had like a section of imported junk food.
Okay.
And they'd have like those hobnobs, which is a British like oatmeal cookie, and
Okay.
it's not called a cookie. They call it a digestive.
Okay.
Like it was believed, I think it was developed by a doctor. It was supposed to aid in digestion.
Okay.
It's an oatmeal cookie.
Oh.
But I used to be able to pick up that stuff over at Cost Plus, and they had the marathon bars. I'd buy them 10 at a time. They were called Curly Whirlies.
And moon pies. I'm old enough to
I
remember moon
never
pies.
did moon
yeah.
pies. We did like, remember the snowball and the ding dong, the Twinkie, Little Debbie. They had those.
Rolls.
No, they had it was like a big Kit Kat kind of a thing.
Right.
What was it called? A Nutter? Well, I don't remember anymore. I don't even crave that stuff anymore. I still see it on sometimes in the grocery store. It doesn't even look good to me. But as a kid, love that stuff.
Banana flip. You remember those?
What was it?
Banana flip, where it was kind of like Twinkie stuff, and it had the white filling, and then it was flipped over, and it was kind of shaped like a taco, and they call that a banana
I've
flip.
never heard of it.
You never heard of that?
Have you ever had a Choco Taco?
Oh yeah.
We get that off the ice cream truck.
Okay.
But that was,
Yeah, Nutter Butter. I remember those cookies. Yeah.
those cookies are
Yeah,
still so good.
Good. You know.
I can't buy those because I won't
No,
eat the whole
right.
bag.
Yeah, me too. Yeah. Weren't they shaped kind of like a peanut
Yeah.
or something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they have the other ones that are like a wafer cookie with like a peanut butter filling, also made by Nutter Butter. DJ Lion says Curly Whirlies are also available in Australia, imported from the UK, but still cheap. Michael Dean says, do you remember the $100,000 bar?
I do.
Yeah, what do they call it today? The $10 bar because of inflation?
But I liked them.
I didn't care for stuff like Three Musketeers. I didn't care for that.
No, it was
Snickers.
It was just fluff. Snickers
Yeah,
I liked.
it
Yeah.
has,
It was-
anything
yeah.
that had something described as nougat.
Well, the
What
three
is-
the Three Musketeers was just whipped. It was whipped
The
chocolate.
texture
surrounded-
was
yeah.
all wrong.
Yeah.
When I'd take my Halloween candy, I'd take the Three Musketeers out. Almond Joy, I didn't want coconut. It's
yeah.
gross.
Yeah.
That gets,
Tossed. Yeah.
I like those little round smart,
Whoppers?
six,
Oh.
what were they called? Sixes? Hold on, I gotta Google this. Now, I'll bring up some nostalgia for you right now. Where's
Okay.
since we're waiting on this update.
There you go.
What were they called? Sixlets. Do you remember sixlets?
No. A little before my time.
So sixlets were these little chocolate hollow balls
Okay.
about the size of a pea.
Okay.
And you could just grab a handful of them. They had a great texture because they were hollow in the middle. Think of a hollow M&M.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah.
So it had a chocolate inside and then a candy coating, but in the middle was air.
All right.
And I eat those by the handful. Yeah, I would definitely, if that was in the Halloween bag, the
Yeah.
trick-or-treat bag, that's what got eaten first.
First.
Yeah. And Special Dark, I didn't like that as a kid. That was gross. Remember the Hershey Special Dark?
Yeah.
Yeah, dark chocolate and black licorice. Ugh, get it away. And wax lips, yeah, and the little wax bottles.
But yeah. Good and plenty's.
And not Dippin' Dots. Remember the candy dots that were on the paper?
Yeah.
And you'd have to peel them, and
You'd be eating paper.
Yeah, the paper would
Yeah.
stick to it. We didn't care.
Yeah. You never liked Good and Plenty's?
No, because of the black
Licorice,
licorice. Same
yeah.
with Mike and Ike's. They were they weren't black licorice. They were like a jelly.
Right.
What do you call it?
Yeah.
Yeah. If I had Good and Plenty, or if I had a box of raisins.
Raisinets.
Raisinets, disgusting.
Oh.
I don't mind goobers. Goobers are just
Yeah,
chocolate-covered
right.
peanuts, but chocolate-covered raisins?
Yeah.
I used to eat raisins as a kid, but never liked
Raisinets. Yeah.
Oh, no. That's punishment. The Crackle Bar. Yeah, I love the Crackle Bar. That's where you had like the Rice Krispies and the milk chocolate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do they?
Why are we talking about all this?
Yeah.
Wife loves Sugar Daddy. Remember Sugar Daddies? It was taffy, right? How about a Charleston chew?
That I don't remember as a kid.
The secret. So the Charleston chew was like about this long, and it was about that thick, and you eat it and it would pull. You know, it had the.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Anyway, you
gotcha.
stick it in the freezer.
Yeah.
And it became this hard, crunchy. It was still soft to chew. It would break up real easily in your mouth. And I remember the first time someone said, "Have you ever put one in the freezer?" I'm like, "Why would I do that? It'd be hard to eat, right? It'd be frozen stiff." No, it changes the texture of it, and it's still very edible. And so that became the thing. Snow caps. I used to get snow caps at the movie theater.
Yeah. Yeah.
What were those called? Non-peril? Non-per...
You know, it had.
I never understood.
It was like it was almost like chocolate chips with snow on them, right? With white,
Yeah.
sugary stuff.
Little
on it.
little
Yeah.
hard white.
Sprinkles. Yeah.
Yeah, they still sell them at Walmart.
Yeah. There they are.
Semi-sweet chocolate,
Chocolate.
non-perils. So I never understood what that word means. Even to this day, I don't know.
Yeah.
What's a non-perile? I'm going to Google that. Non-periles, so I'm probably not even saying it right, is a decorative confectionery of tiny balls made with sugar and starch, traditionally an opaque white, but now available in many colors. Opaque means you can't see through it. I know the meaning of that word.
Yeah. Learn something new
But
every day.
non-periles, why are they called non-periles? The name actually refers to the small candy balls. It's from the French for "rare," for without equal. We think that putting them on dark chocolate is an excellent delivery system. Snow caps are a smaller version. Are non-periles just sprinkles? I suppose. What is a non-perial almond? They're easily blanched, skin removed, and cut for processed forms. And thin outer shell and smooth kernel allow for easy, blemish-free processing. Non-perials are readily blanched and cut for processed forms. Do they have the pronunciation of that word? I'm sure I'm not saying it right. The only time I've ever seen or heard that word in my life is on a box of snowballs, or snow caps.
Snow caps. Yeah.
And I didn't realize it was a form of confectionery. I thought it was like a trademark name. But anything that starts with the word non doesn't sound appealing to me.
Yeah.
Non-prels. Non-prels. Like nostrils? It's funny how I can answer the most technical questions in something this simple. Let's see.
Non-perils.
Non-perels.
Non-perils. Non-perils.
Bye-bye.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, that'll never come up in conversation.
Okay.
All right, where were we? Are we still updating? Oh my goodness.
What are we on? Gotta
Gold
be-
Rush gum. Oh, remember the little golden, it was like in a bag with a string?
Yeah.
And it was like just
Nuggets.
random.
Nuggets.
Yeah.
Nuggets of gum. Yeah. I remember that as a kid.
Candy cigarettes.
Yeah.
And you could blow smoke out of them. You know, the little was like powdered sugar.
Yep. What are we on? 95%.
I'm trying to see get the screen bigger. Camera 1, no. HDMI input, full screen. Yeah, it's crawling. We're suffering here today, guys. The petrified gum in a baseball card pack. Yeah.
Yeah.
You drop it on the floor, you could break a toe.
Yeah. Yeah.
That stuff would definitely test out your dentures.
But it would last. I mean, it would never go bad. So, I mean, you know.
Well, if it hadn't
you could-
gone bad by the time you get it out of the package of
package.
baseball cards, it was probably already 3 years old.
Yeah. We were big on the candy necklaces.
Abba Zaba,
Never heard of
Clark Bar,
Yeah.
Bit-O Honey.
Zagnut. I bit a honey. I remember those, yeah. Zagnut, yeah.
Or they had the little sesame. They were like in a little wrapper, and it had like it was like a sesame honey. There's on the road trip to Michigan. There's the world's biggest candy store,
Okay.
which is called. Hold on, I'm going to pull it up here. I'll share it with everybody. You know, you're in the car driving for hours, and you can just imagine if you got kids, because
Right.
they got billboards. World's largest candy store,
store.
50 miles ahead.
Head. We got to stop there.
40 miles ahead. I mean, the billboards,
I know.
billboards. And it's called, oh, come on. I'm going to Google it. It's in Missouri. Redmond's.
Ah. And you've stopped there. Yeah.
Yes. And let me share this
Yeah.
page with
You gotta
everybody
show
so
them,
they
yeah.
can see it. This place this is exactly what it looks like. It's right off the freeway, heading up to Michigan, or heading up to Illinois. It doesn't look like much from the outside, and the billboards have this kid, you know, that you kind of see there. And inside, it's just buckets, and everything's sold by the pound. And it's expensive. It's like
Yeah.
$8 a pound, which is
okay.
ridiculous. But they have some
But,
candies
yeah.
there you haven't, or I haven't seen.
Yeah, jawbreakers and the whole.
Kettle corn. No, they have a whole thing of fudge there, but there's a chocolate dipped Twinkie,
Okay.
chocolate marshmallow stick. There's a pecan with something. There's all these different saltwater taffies. They have old fashioned bottles of soda from back in the day. It's in Phillipsburg, Missouri. And that's where I saw there was a candy there I'd never heard of before. What were they called? Zips or something. It was really good. They it's like Pop Rocks.
Yeah, no free samples. All right. But
Yeah, can you imagine?
But you just take your bag and
This
scoop
is-
out what you want.
You see you see these people over here?
Yeah.
Okay, so this aisle, it's the same on the other side.
Side.
And you don't see duplicates.
Right.
It's each barrel is something different.
Different.
So you can get a handful of a bit of honeys and stuff
Right.
like that. So it breaks up the road trip for about 20 minutes. You go in there,
Yeah. Look around.
and then you have something to snack on in the car.
Was there a lot of kids running around it or no?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
so,
you kidding
yeah.
me?
Where mom just gives them the bag and says, "Fill up this bag."
I don't know that I saw that. It's expensive.
Yeah.
Carrie, what do you think about them Wolverines? Go blue. I don't watch college ball. So, in fact, I haven't even watched NFL at all this year. I've been so busy working, I haven't had time. But I'm glad we got J.J. Watt on the Cardinals. I've always liked him. I thought he was an impressive player when he was with Texas.
Sugar daddies. I remember those. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Gary must be far behind. He's talking about John Panette.
Ah.
He's about an hour and a half behind us, I think. Does anybody remember Powerhouse? Oh, that sounds familiar. Let me Google
yeah.
that. Let me see what it looks like.
Powerhouse candy bar. That's a whatchamacallit. Do they still make those? I like those.
Look what Amazon has. This is an interesting gift idea.
Okay, show the people, huh?
Woodstock candy. This is candy from 1954.
Okay.
I mean, not. The candy's not 67
No,
years
years
old,
old.
but this is the kind of stuff.
Well, that's
Somebody
nice.
would've bought-
Lifesavers,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
Sugar babies. Yeah.
There's one of those cigars, those
Yeah.
candy cigars.
Yeah. That's gum, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Gum, yeah.
Chuckles.
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 Yeah, I ate those by the
Red
ton.
Hots. I used to like Red Hots.
Hots, yeah.
There's the Charleston shoe right there.
Oh, okay.
All right, do they have one for my year?
1850?
How dare you?
Yeah. A candy box.
Yeah, like I remember
Yeah.
1968. There's 61.
There
There's
it is,
68.
Chuckles,
I don't recall
Pop Rocks.
Pop Rocks in 1968.
Yeah.
That was the 80s.
Mike and Ike's, yeah.
Oh, the Fun Dip. Remember the
Yeah,
Fun Dip?
yeah.
I used to like the stick.
Yeah. Dots, yeah.
Oh,
Pull your-
Boston Baked Beans.
Yeah, pull your
Oh,
cavities
I
out.
love
Yeah,
those.
Boston baked beans.
Oh, yeah.
Boston. Gonna go
There's
pop,
the wax lips.
Gonna go pock the car, yeah.
You got to park the car by Harvard Yard.
Yeah. Slow poke? I don't
Whatever you
remember
do.
those. Yeah,
you ever
don't-
go to Boston?
Yeah.
Avoid telling somebody that you have a hat on.
Okay.
Just a little tip,
Yeah.
okay? Just want you. Yeah, these Zots, this is what I was trying
Yeah,
to think of.
Zots, yeah.
I'd never heard of that in my life. And they had it at that candy store, and I thought I'll try them.
It's got the fizz in the middle.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You didn't like it?
No, I loved it.
Oh.
Chico Sticks.
Yeah. Remember those?
A
Yeah.
Jawbreaker.
Yeah. Zots.
Tootsie Roll. How did we forget a Tootsie, Roll?
yeah.
Dad's root beer barrels.
Lemon heads, yeah.
Oh, lemon heads, yeah.
Smarties.
Yeah, I used to love Smarties.
Smarties, yeah.
And what were the chalky little? Oh, those are Smarties.
Yeah.
But there's a chewable one. Oh, Spree.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
You ought to get one of those boxes.
What are you trying to say?
Yeah.
Actually,
So I can eat,
I would have been too young to remember that, but certainly 7 years old would put me at 75.
Okay.
Whoops. Let's go 1975. Skittles. Here we go. Boy, that's a heck of a gimmick to just stick candy from a certain
Yeah.
era.
Yeah.
What do we got here? Razzles.
Okay. Bit of honeys, yeah.
Slowpoke. Remember the Slowpoke?
Yeah.
There's the candy cigarettes.
Cigarettes.
Dots.
Yeah.
There's more Chuckles.
Pop
Bit of
Rocks.
honey.
Yeah.
It's all the same. I think all they did is change the year.
Yeah.
What about,
Root beer barrels.
do you remember Bubble Yum?
Yeah.
Let's go to 1980. That'll make me preteen.
Click on the one with the happy birthday, 1980.
Here we go. Okay. $28.
Forget about it. All right.
So there's Tootsie Pop, Warheads, Sour Patch. There's a lot of sour stuff.
Oh, the big
League
chew bubble gum. Yeah, that was,
Airheads.
I don't remember
Chewy
these.
Cubes, I don't
Yeah,
know.
remember.
Nerds, I love Nerds.
Yeah, sweet tarts. Yeah. Bazooka.
Big League Chew was gross. What's the point of making bubblegum look like
Right.
tobacco? It was very, very strange. There's the Smarties. There's
These-
Bazooka.
Sour Patch. Okay.
Remember the little comic in every
Yeah.
one, a little Bazooka Joe?
Yeah.
And there's something from Japan.
Huh.
Roundup, more candy cigarettes.
Cigarettes. Oh.
Now, just for the sake of comparison, what if a kid was born in 2017? That's all probably health food.
Yeah.
Avocado toast.
Yeah.
Doesn't go with it?
Doesn't go. Yeah.
Let's see, maybe 2010? Yeah, it goes 2010. Oh, maybe not. What does this say? 50 count. A sampler of Skittles, Sour Patch Kids, Starburst. Oh, I used to love Starburst. Twizzlers, Airheads, great for movie night and sleepovers. When's the last time you had a movie night sleepover?
Yesterday. All right.
Did their parents know they were there? Swedish fish,
Okay.
fruit by the foot. That's disgusting.
Fruit roll-ups.
There's the push pop.
Yeah.
There's Mitch and Morrison's
Yeah.
blow pop.
Foot. Yeah.
Grape is the only flavor that doesn't taste like a grape. That doesn't, orange tastes like orange and cherry tastes like cherry, but grape is a unique flavor that doesn't taste like grapes. It's a little unnecessary trivia for you.
Okay.
I ordered some keyboards that I'm going to be reviewing. So, I did the review on the Royal Kluge,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
But check this out. This one I got coming in, I think it's coming in today.
Nice.
And the point of this is you can set your tablet or your phone on it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I got this one coming.
Okay.
So in this little groove
Yep.
right here, there should be a picture of it. You can set your smartphone and you connect it with Bluetooth.
Right.
And this is all metal, supposedly. It's not cheap plastic. And these, this knob here adjusts the brightness or volume control. And there it is, like with an iPad.
Mini.
And you can also wire it USB to your computer.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
So I'm going to
you'll
be
be
reviewing
doing
a
that
couple of
one.
those. I've got that one coming.
And then what was the other one that
There
you
were
showed
two
me? Yeah.
others.
Was it that one?
Yeah, this
Yeah.
one. This one's pretty neat because you see where the strikers would normally come up right here?
Yeah.
This area?
It plays a tune.
No, they light up.
Oh,
Each
gotcha.
one individually
Gotcha.
lights up as you hit the key.
Nice.
Now, I don't know if they actually light up based on which key you're hitting,
Right. Or it's.
but it's also Bluetooth and also USB. You can see it's got the USB connection on the back. You can also set a tablet on
Okay.
it or a smartphone to Bluetooth it. And they're typewriter style keycaps.
Nice.
So I got that one coming. That's $200 for that keyboard.
Whew.
And I think there's a video showing it. Oh wait, there's a coupon that takes $30 off. Okay, so it's $169. But where is the? Where did all the pictures go? Oh, right here. There's the video. We'll cut the audio on that.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah.
Hey, why is it doing that? See how they light up?
Yeah.
But that just looks like they're just
In right.
sequence.
Yeah.
It doesn't
So
look like it's lighting up.
No.
But I think if there's adjustments, like there, they've got the lights turned off.
Right.
Now those look like they were
Yeah.
lighting up.
Every
Well,
time he hits a key, it looks.
Yeah.
So cool.
So I'll be reviewing those coming up here.
Shortly.
Yeah, after I get the computer shipped that I need to ship, I'm going to have a little bit of fun with these keyboards.
Nice.
See if I find a new favorite. And then this fell asleep again.
How are we doing here?
It's taking forever. Well, getting close. Stan doesn't like him. He says they're ugly. Well, beauty's in the eye of the beholder. That's a nice little keyboard right there.
Yeah.
It's got a battery in it. Well, I guess it would have to if it's Bluetooth. 60% wired or wireless mechanical keyboard. See, I like the shorter keyboards that don't have the keypads, especially when I'm working on the bench.
Right.
Because it just takes
Yeah.
up too much room. Magic FN can be the copy of FN1 or FN2, whatever that means. Comes with a keycap puller, a USB cable, a warranty card, and a user manual, and extra keycaps. Okay. RGB lighting, multiple lighting effect created at ease, one keystroke macro keys. custom profile, whatever that means, improve user experience. And how much is it? Whew, a little pricey. And they have it in different colors, I guess. Blue, red. The picture's not changing though. So I guess if you own an Apple product, you want to keep it white.
Yeah.
Have it match. Okay. This has been a very unproductive show today, and I'm going to blame you for it.
Okay.
I'm going to say it's your fault.
All right.
It's not your fault, but I'm still going to blame you.
Okay.
Michael Dane says, anybody been to Hilly Billy Hot Dogs along the Ohio River in West Virginia? One of the best hot dogs ever. We have Detroit Coney out here. I've never taken you to Detroit Coney.
No.
We should go there tonight. If you're in the mood for a
Foot
Coney.
long? Foot long?
No, they're not
Oh,
footlongs. They're
They have the skin on them, though, don't they?
yeah, the Coneys do.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can pull this up. Since we're still waiting, the guy who owns it, his name's David Nager, and he used to live in, I think, Bloomfield Hills, West Bloomfield, very close to where Oak Park, where I grew up. And I'll show you. He just opened one up here in Scottsdale. Oh, here we go. I'm going to restart this. So while that's restarting, I will show you the. Oh, wait a minute. I'm going to click close. Okay, so we're still getting work done while we're waiting. So you see the colors,
Okay.
the orange and the white. It reminds me of like the Detroit Pistons.
And that's in Scottsdale?
Well, they've got a few of
okay,
them.
Okay.
But they've got what they call a loose burger, which is like hamburger meat in a hot dog bun.
Ooh, I would like to try that.
And they got specials. They're a little pricey, but he's importing everything from Detroit. So, you know, he's even got Verner's and Faygo and Better Made chips.
Wow.
And the French fries, they're using regular fresh potatoes and running them through the, you know, the thing like In-N-Out Burger has. So the French fries are the best because they're fresh and they're making them right there. They got sliders and, of course, hot dogs and Coneys, the Detroit Coney. And $5.50 for a hot dog is insane. Not
Yeah.
exactly cheap.
Yeah.
There's the loose burger. There's a build your own Coney dog.
Okay.
I guess the only rule on a Coney dog is no ketchup. But I honestly think that's more of a Chicago rule than a Detroit rule. And everybody that eats there is pretty much all from Michigan, so there's like this cool vibe happening.
Okay. Since we're both Michiganders.
You can get 24 Coney dogs for $120 with chili, mustard, and onions. So you could cater,
Right.
fancy catering.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's a big menu. It's a really nice place.
Okay.
And the guy, David, who owns it, is a really cool dude.
Okay.
And you'll see they've got one on Scottsdale, in Scottsdale. They've got one on Mill Avenue in Tempe. He just got a prime location there too. So it's good to see him doing well.
How we doing here on our computer? I was thinking.
Yeah, it's doing it. Frankie says, did you check your Amazon email? Let's check it. See what we got. Oh, sure, it's going to open up to the...
Yeah, toasted almonds.
I got to get that out of my face because I'll start craving it.
Yeah. Move over, you're blocking my good looks. All right, yeah, thank you.
I don't see anything from you, Frankie.
Didn't we read that earlier? Yeah.
Well, I don't know if he had
Oh.
sent it recently, but yeah, I don't see anything from you, Frankie. Are you sure you sent it to the right email address? No idea. Looks like Doug had tried to call. Hey, Doug, I had my phone on mute. If you're still watching and you want to call in, you know the number. Stan says, I'm now craving for them burgers on that menu. The food is so good there because nothing is frozen.
Right.
They're making everything there. Carrie, when did you get that Back to the Future thing? It's just a little lamp. And while we're waiting for the computer to boot, I can bring that up.
Wrong keyboard.
Oh. So again, I'm not sponsored by any of these companies that I'm showing you today, but just for ideas for Christmas gifts, there's a couple of websites you guys might like. We'll start with this website first, if I can get it. There it is. So this is us.justgeek.com.
Okay.
And if you look by category, movies, we'll look by Back to the Future. And you'll see there's a bunch of Back to the Future related stuff, and there's what I've got right there.
Yep.
$36. I thought it was supposed to be an alarm clock. I was going to put it by the bed, but it turned out to just be a little lamp. So if you had like a movie room, you hang this on the wall in there, it'd be kind of cool. And they also have some really cool Ghostbusters stuff too. If you look, they've got the Ghost Trap. I've been eyeing it. Check that out.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. And it smokes.
I think it's an incense burner.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So that creates the smoke and it makes the room smell nice.
Oh, you need that, definitely.
How dare you. And of course, the place that makes those miniature arcade games,
Yeah.
New Wave Toys. New Wave Toys. They're running... Where is it? Boy, I really typed that wrong. New Wave Toys. They've got a bunch of sales going on right now.
Okay.
So right now the big one is the 1942 Replicade, if you ever played that in the arcades. They have 1942 and 1943. And because they're so small, as an option, they include this joystick that you can have. And they've got video outputs to hook to your television.
Nice.
Just an HDMI out to your TV with that remote. And these look like Walkmans, but they're just power banks. And then they even have them, they look like a change machine, but it's just there as a USB charger. This book, I paid $45 for it. I have this book, The Arcade. This shows the marquees of the arcade games, because there's some beautiful artwork in those. This I'm excited for. They're coming out with the M90 boombox, which is going to be Bluetooth. It's even going to have the little cassette door that opens nice and slow, because that's how you used to tell if it was quality.
Right.
And they're going to make a full-size version and a miniature version. And they're doing every detail of the original.
Right.
And it'll be a Bluetooth speaker. Oh, I guess it's not full-size. It'll be a 40% replica and then a 1/6.
Okay.
But this company is the coolest company. This is when I had Shiloh on for the interview. And their games sell out. So you see the Dragon's Lair sold out, Asteroids sold out. This is a little pad that looks like the carpeting in the arcade that with a black light it glows. Street Fighter sold out, Tempest sold out, Centipede sold out. So basically they get like 2,000 of these things made, and this is the whole family of them they've come out with so far. And these are going to be Missile Command.
Ah, nice.
And then Qbert, which I pre-ordered, but it hasn't been released yet. They're having a lot of problems getting cargo, because they're all made in Asia, and they have to be shipped over. And he's saying that they don't want to ship things with batteries. So they will, it's just not on the priority list. So things that should have arrived months ago are just now coming in, like 1942 and 1943. Those should have been available 8 weeks ago, and they just now came in. And when they're sold out, they're sold out.
Thank you for updating your machine.
Full screen. Okay. Oh, I don't want that. That's ASUS software. So we've spent the entire stream today doing nothing but updates, and it hasn't even been off that long. Sometimes if you put a computer away, like I had somebody email me the other day and said, I've got a computer that's been in the closet for 2 years. Is it okay to use it? Is it still good? It's like you're going to be missing 2 years worth of updates. And if it's got Windows 7 on it, there are no more updates. And in that case, you know, it's not like a toaster or an appliance.
Right.
You can just plug it in and use it. The internet is constantly evolving every second of every day. And if you put something that hasn't been updated out on the internet, you're probably going to get a virus or ransomware or something right quick. Get the DeLorean. I've got the DeLorean. Well, I've got the little... They had a kit where they had all 3 DeLoreans from the first movie, the futuristic one from the second movie, and the old-looking one from the third movie. And they're in a little diorama, and I ordered that, and it's sitting at Studio A. But if you look at some of my old videos from like 3 or 4 years ago, you'll see it sitting on the microwave. Oh, and you know what Amazon's selling? I couldn't believe this. I stumbled on this the other night. Let me bring it up here. Yesterday, I was looking at some items on my Amazon wish list, you know, watching for, this is when to watch for the sales. And that's the wrong screen. This is the one I want right here. There it is. This was on sale yesterday for $95.
Okay.
And it appears to be the toy X-Wing that used to sell for 20 bucks. And they brought it back to the market again. And they've updated it, you know, that's got paint. It looks worn, like it's burn marks, and looks lived in. And now the R2-D2, it used to be the dome stuck up and you just pushed it down and the wings would open, or what they call the S-foils.
Yeah.
And I guess the actual R2-D2 figure fits in there now. So they've modified it a little bit. And then back then you didn't have a door to cover the landing gear. The landing gear just folded up and was exposed. So they've added the door.
Okay.
There's no way that's worth $105 for that piece of plastic that doesn't do anything. But I was kind of excited because it's, you know, again, we grew up without any money. So my friend had the X-Wing and the TIE Fighter and the Millennium Falcon. I go over to his house to play. And there's that part of my childhood that never got fulfilled that I want that. But there's no way even when it was on sale at $95.
Well, it says it's only 3 3/4 inch scale.
Well, it's talking about the Star Wars figures
Oh.
are 3.5 inch figures, and they'll fit in the cockpit. Right?
Okay.
What good is having it
Yeah.
if you can't put your figure in it?
Right.
So they're saying if you own the Star Wars figures, it's in scale to the Star Wars figures. Yeah. I just can't believe $106. That $50 tops.
Right.
Tops. All right, it's ready to restart. Collector's item. These aren't collector's items. Everything you think is a collector's item is not.
No.
It's the thing that isn't successful, that very few people buy, that 30 years from now, those people say, I wish I would have bought that back 30 years ago. It's the last thing you think, but if they say it's a collector's item, like Beanie Babies.
Pet rocks.
Remember how Beanie Babies were, oh, this is an investment in Beanie Babies.
Cabbage Patch Kids.
Yeah, Garbage Pail Kids.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Cabbage Patch Kids were, you know, there was so much variety that you could have a unique one. The idea being that that would be worth more money because they didn't make as many of them. But they made a bunch of them. There's no shortage.
There it is. Back, okay.
All right, we're back up and running, but there's still updates. We're still doing updates. Should I call Doug back?
We're getting ready to wrap it up, huh?
Yeah, what are we doing for dinner today?
I don't know.
Detroit Coney?
You think it'll be mobbed?
No.
No.
No. And if it was, everybody's from Michigan. Everybody's cool. Everybody's very
Okay.
nice. It's
Yeah.
birds of a feather. Ray Burke says, hey, Carrie and Mitch just got back from the dentist. Wife is doing good in healing. Oh, I guess he took his wife to the dentist. I see. What was that joke? The woman says, I'd rather have a baby than have my dental work done. And the dentist says, well, make up your mind. I got to adjust the chair. Cabbage Patch Kids came with real adoption papers. That's
Yeah,
right.
that's right,
And you could
yeah.
claim them on your taxes
This
as
is-
real kids. I don't think you
No,
could do that
no.
legally. Call Doug well live. That's what Chris says. Well, I was hoping he would call me. He might be in the middle of doing something. If he's live, I don't want to interrupt him.
Right. Yeah. I mean, you made the offer. If you're
Wings and
if-
pizza and a beer. Is that better than Bose? No highs, no lows. Must be Bose. Stretch Armstrong. I had a Stretch Armstrong. I had a Steve Austin, and you know he had the skin that would roll up on the arm, and you could see the bionics, and the skin would roll back down, and you could look through the back of the head for the bionic eye. Yeah, that was one of my favorite toys. I had a little computer thing I got for Hanukkah one year. It was called a 2XL. See if I can find it. 2XL. Yeah. So that played 8 tracks. That's it right there. And you'd answer A, B, or C to the questions, which selected
Okay.
the track
Okay.
on the 8-track player.
on the 8-track.
I was so excited to get that. And the other thing I got that was really cool was a programmable remote control. It was called a Big Track. Wonder if we can find that on YouTube here. Yeah, that's it right there. 1979 Big Track. And you program it, you'd say go forward. It would go forward 12 inches. And so you'd say forward 3 times, then left. And you could guide it through the house in a
Okay.
programmed route.
Okay.
And so technically that was my first introduction to programming. So some of these toys, well, look what it led to. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
So on the back of it, you'd program it here. And I got one of these for my nephew when he was about 6, hoping that he would, introduce him to programming early on. Frank Jimmy says the Big Track was the best. This is still downloading updates, Mitch. The SST Evil Knievel motorcycle. I had that.
Yeah.
Yeah, where you had
Hot
that
Wheels,
zip
yeah,
thing. You
yeah, Yeah.
trying to remember, didn't you pulled it?
Yeah, it was a T.
And it'd pop a wheelie?
Yeah.
Merlin. I didn't have Merlin, but I had Simon. Blinked in different.
Like, yeah.
Yeah, the Evil Knievel motorcycle. Yeah, that was huge in the 70s. Bionic Man and Evil Knievel. And the Bionic Woman. And the Bionic Dog. Oscar Goldman.
Where'd you get the money? You stole them.
For
right?
what?
Those
Money
toys,
for-
yeah.
I got birthday and, you know, Hanukkah's 8 nights of gifts, right?
Yeah.
So you knew you got the gift where you got socks.
Yeah.
Oh, that's socks. Or some new school clothes. Mm-hmm. And then there'd be like one good toy. Like one night you'd get the 2XL. And maybe next year, one good night, you'd get the big track.
Right.
Yeah. I never had 8 nights of awesome gifts. That's all I'm saying.
Right.
I get maybe 2 or 3 nights, and the rest was like clothes or things I needed, wrapped as presents. Got ripped off, man. Evil Knievel had the base that turned the gear of the rear wheel. So I remember there were 2 of them. There were 3 different kinds of Evil Knievel toys. One, as I recall, you'd pull it back, and that wound it up, and you'd let it go. Then what he's talking about was like a base. And then the one I remember was the orange pull tie.
Yep. That had the teeth on it, yeah.
Now I got to look for that. Let's
Okay.
see. EVEL Knievel toy. Yeah, no, I didn't have the one that. So I see that's the one he's talking about with the rotating.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can share this screen. Yeah, like nobody had that. Give me a break. Yeah, this one we didn't have.
Okay.
Where's the... Everybody's got the same one. Am I confusing it with a different toy? Yeah, that's the stunt cycle. The stunt cycle had the crank. I think the regular one... Well, I'd say enough YouTube folks have covered this topic.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't have that. That Sky Cycle. Remember when he tried to jump the
Yeah.
Grand Canyon? I wonder if I don't see the one with the orange pull tie. That must not have been an Evil Knievel toy. I wonder what that was. What was that thing? Well, don't know now.
Yeah.
I've just added more confusion. All right, we done here?
Restart required.
My Dell isn't recognizing my power supply and the battery is 4 years old and was only giving me 34 minutes of use. I purchased a new power brick and battery, still the same. It's probably the power board. When you're dealing with old laptops like that, they often cost more to repair than they're worth. And when the power board goes out, unless you're capable of doing the work yourself, it's probably in your best interest to retire that laptop permanently and replace it with something newer. You know, you can get Chromebooks now for under $200. Wheelie Masters, was that what it was called? No. Well, not surprisingly, we're down to about 234 viewers, down from 500 earlier.
Yeah.
This is a problem when we do live broadcasts. Sometimes things don't go as planned. So what our goal was for today was I thought I'd do a couple of quick updates, and then we'd go to hook up the fans. I've got to put the heatsink onto the Mini-ITX board, and we've got the RGB controller and fan controller because the Commander Pro isn't enough to hook up all these fans. So I think I had to buy a second one, and that all has to be daisy chained in all together. And I'm not quite sure how that's done. And I was going to figure that out during today's broadcast, but you know, I need the machine stable and updated and solid before I do any more work to it. We still have the 2 fans to add to the back too, so we're going to have to take this up another day because this has consumed the entirety of the show. And I still have the second motherboard that I have to go through all the same updates with. So I'll try and get all that done offline so the next time we can get back to work on it. But unfortunately, we have to take it off the counter because I have 3 more computers that I have to ship. The reason why there weren't many videos this week is I have been shipping computers like a madman. I have people waiting and waiting and waiting, and I can't seem to do both. It's like, you know, I'm sanitizing those drives. I've got all these mechanical hard drives. I don't know what to do with them. So I'm probably going to list them for sale and sell them real cheap. That they work, I just can't see putting them in the recycle bin if they work. I've got to get Marty's computer finished. I've got the Noctua fans to put in his build. I've got another machine going to a customer. It has to go out Monday. And then I've got a computer for Patrick Russa. Is Patrick still in the chat room?
I haven't seen him.
Give us a shout there, Patrick, if you're still there. And I'll show you the computer that I'm thinking of sending to you to see if you want it. Because if you don't want it, there's a couple others. I don't know how big you are on glass panels and RGB lighting. Like Tony was like, don't send me anything with glass panels or RGB. Like, send me anything that doesn't have RGB or glass and I'll be happy. So I want to make sure that what I'm sending to people, it's actually something they want. So I thought if he was in the chat, I'll show it to him right now.
Michael Dane, are you going to have a Christmas Eve show? We're still discussing that and New Year's Eve during the day show, not night. So.
Yeah, we don't know yet.
We're thinking about it. We're chewing on it.
Evil Knievel Stunt Racer. No, it's still showing the same.
The same thing, yeah.
Maybe I'm just imagining the whole thing and it never happened.
Never mind. Okay.
All right, so we're back one more time.
Famous last words. Okay.
Our internet wasn't good today. I wonder if it's because of the storm. I wonder if it
Yeah.
some wires are still wet.
Yeah. It was quite a downpour.
I'll bet you that's why our connection's been a little iffy today. So I'm glad we didn't do anything important. I would have hated to have, had the video break up.
Chopping, yeah.
Murphy's Law. It would happen in the most critical step or something I want to emphasize.
There we go.
So we're fully updated. We have all of our Intel driver updates. Did I activate Windows on this? I can't even remember. Let's go to Properties. That's our Core i9-9980XE. 256 gigs of RAM. But look, 256 gig is usable.
Okay.
With 21H2, and just type in the word activate, see if Windows is activated. Not, so I still have to activate this.
Okay.
So for that, I go to VIP CDK deals. That's where I'm getting my licenses from now. I was getting my licenses from a bigger company that appears to have been selling me questionable licenses. So I was paying more than twice as much because they were legit, but I was having problems with them. And since I did all the research on this CDK stuff, not only are the keys costing me less than half of what I was paying, I've never had a problem with any of the keys. So, hey, I got the machine that goes bing. If you sell the hard drives, let me know. He just wants a 1 terabyte SSD. No, I don't have SSDs. These are mechanical drives. I'm trying to get rid of a bunch of mechanical drives, and I'm not looking to get rid of just one of them. I want to say whoever wants these, buy the box. Yeah. I think I've got 28 of them from 500 gigs, 1 terabyte. There's a couple 3 terabyte, and just get them out of here. Maybe I'll sell the whole box for $100, but it's got to be local. It'll cost more than $100
to ship.
because they're so heavy, and they'll probably Some will arrive damaged because they're hard drives, they're delicate. But if you're in the Phoenix area and you want to buy some hard drives cheap, I only have about 5 or 6 more to sanitize. And once they're sanitized, they're available. So, but it looks like
We're all set.
yeah, I'll activate Windows on this and get that done. And we've got the latest Windows on here. I still have to get the 3090 graphics card. That's over at Studio A. I'm going to pull it out of Threadripper, Thready's Revenge.
Okay.
And that's going to go in here. And then I'll have to get Photo Ray over here to do the cable management once we get all the fans hooked up. So
Okay.
I may end up doing some of that off camera. I'm not sure yet. But while you're here, I'm going to have you help me get it off the
Yeah,
counter
let's-
because, like
yeah.
I said, I've got those other computers to do. And then I'll do more product reviews and overviews for Amazon from now until the end of the year.
Yep.
And so, and there's a couple other edits waiting in the queue from Planet Cryos,
Okay.
snippets from JJ's interview, and I think he's working on a couple other little snippets, not with JJ. Like we're pretty much, we've squeezed out of that, I think, everything we can. So, of course, my thanks to Planet Cryos for his help in getting those edits out for me. Windows 10 Pro has a 2 terabyte limit for usable RAM. Yeah, good luck filling that. Amazon's got the Intel 1 terabyte 670p for $85. So there's the 660, the 665, and the 670. Each one is a little better than the one before it, more writes, better lifespan, supposedly. That's a good deal, but I am swimming in those right now, so the last thing I need is more of those Intel drives. I bought a bunch when they were on sale. Wally says he's got a scale model of the Star Trek USS Enterprise 1701 numbered limited edition. Smiley says used mechanical hard drives are good for data recovery. Might need a board, motor, head. Oh, geez. Better you than me. I wouldn't do that kind of work. Again, no one should ever need data recovery. Do you make backups?
Absolutely.
All right. How many computers you got?
4 desktops.
And you got them all backed up?
Correct.
How often do you back up?
I do it just once a month.
Once a month. You do a full image? Is that what you're doing? Or just data?
No, full.
Full image? Okay. Okay, we'll go back full screen here. And a shout out and a thank you once again to all my friends in blue, as well as to everybody who has contributed during the show, which I was going to look on my phone to say thank you to Jonathan Smith, and a thank you to Shalane Bell, and Cowboy Rowdy, and Gilbert. Oh, Cowboy Rowdy is Gilbert. And David Martinez. And for, Peter Laycock with that 100-pound contribution that kicked us off today.
Yeah.
Andy wants to know, what are you backing up to? The NAS?
No. Other drives, whether they're mechanical or
External or internal?
internal. Separate
So,
drives.
but if somebody were to steal your computer, or if your computer got infected with a virus or ransomware,
Right.
and it's internal, that's not a good backup, right?
Yeah, just wipe it out and start over.
Well, no, I'm saying if someone stole your computer,
stole it, yeah.
or there was a fire,
Yep.
or a flood,
Yeah.
so that stuff's gone forever, and you're
Yeah.
okay with it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because what I have over here in the other room,
I'm slowly but surely, chat, moving, any sort of important photos, documents to the cloud anyway, so. Yep.
where did I put it?
Where did you?
I thought, I know where it is. So I have these laptop external drives.
Ah.
This one's pretty old, This one's only moving data at 33 megabytes a second. It's
Okay.
painfully slow, but this is really old. Is there a date on the back of it? And then down here, like here's a more modern one. This is a 1
Yeah.
terabyte Seagate.
No date.
And then this suddenly became affordable. This, I'll bring it up to the camera and show you guys. This is 1 terabyte. It's like a little solid state drive,
Okay.
USB, and
Yep.
it comes with 2 cables, one that's USB-C to USB-C, and the other is USB-C to USB Type A there. And this thing is super fast. This is the Samsung, if it'll focus, T5. If you guys remember, I had bought this, gosh, about 18 months ago. I think I've updated the backups on this 4 times of my main studio machine. So I do my backups this way because you only plug these in when you need them. You do your backup and then you unplug them and put them away. And the reason you unplug them is, first of all, there's no cooling in these, right? These mechanical drives have no cooling in that enclosure. And it opens you up to, you know, like we had that big storm last night.
Yeah.
And you'll see that neon sign was unplugged because they warned me a power spike takes out that neon sign. It's $250 for the power supply. So that's often when we have a power outage or a power spike is during these big storms that we get. So by keeping that unplugged, you're immune from...
My main computer, the Black Birthday build that we did, that's how, now that you mention it, that's how I back it up. Once a month on the 30th or 31st, I plug this in and then it backs it up overnight, then I unplug it.
And what's great about this,
Yeah.
like if you use a Cronus or even Macrium Reflect and you can make an image file, if let's say you've got 4 computers like Mitch does and they have an average of probably 3 of them you don't have a lot of data on. So even though you might have a terabyte hard drive, you might only be using less than 100 gigs.
Right.
So you would save that image as a file, and this could hold an image of all 4 computers and still wouldn't even be half full yet.
Right.
So that's what I like about them. And then I rotate these. I don't just have one. So whenever I do my backups, I rotate to another drive and then rotate back again, just in case the backup drive fails. So, and then if you can get it out of the building, like if you have a place you go to work, take it to work, stick it in the drawer, the desk drawer, and you can password protect your images, so if it falls into the wrong hands, without knowing the password, they can't decrypt the image, so it's safe and secure and out of the building.
Right.
So now you're free from viruses, ransomware, thefts, etc.
Yep.
So, okay, a couple of contributions. Patrick Rousseau says, whichever PC you feel I am worthy of, I can do the updates. Oh, it's already updated. So since Patrick is in there,
Okay. Do we have room on the
recently
table?
PhotoRay did the cable management on the Musatex case here. And this is a Core i7 8700, 16 gigs of memory. It's a B365 motherboard. It's got a 512 gig Team SSD NVMe, 450 watt EVGA power supply, and it's got the Izuna CPU cooler. Windows 10 Pro is installed on it. It's got the 2 fans that are RGB up front, and you've got your USB ports, 2 USB 3s, power switch, reset switch. This button controls the lighting, and then headphone jack and microphone jack right there. And look at the nice cable management that PhotoRay did.
Yeah,
on
look
this.
how sweet this is. Yeah.
Huh? He does good work, doesn't he?
Yeah.
And one of the things PhotoRay does that he doesn't have to do it, but I love that he does it, is he asks me for the rear panel, and he makes sure that the rear panel goes on without having to push
Force,
down on
yeah.
it. Because if any of his cables are protruding too far out that you have to push down on the panel, he reroutes that wire again until the panel goes on smooth. So Patrick, if you'd like this one, let me know, because this one's got your name on it if you want it. The bad thing about this is it has these 6-pin fans, which are really strange, and you've got 2 here. How many fans does this have? It's got like 5 or something, doesn't it?
No, 2 in the front, 1 in the back.
Yeah, and 2 on the top.
Oh,
So 1 in the back, 2 on top, 2 in the front. that are all RGB. They're all going to be sequenced together. They're all proprietary into this fan controller. And if the fans ever die on you, I suppose you could find them on Amazon, but they're a very unusual 6-pin fan. And if you wanted to make them standard, 3 or 4-pin fans, you'd have to replace all 5 and the fan controller. And that's going to cost you, probably around $150. But in the meantime, Luke Greeny has got the single fan version of this, and he's loving it. And Tony was like, don't send me a case with window or RGB. So if you have a preference, Patrick, whether you prefer to not have glass or RGB, let me know, because I have other machines beside this one. I want to give you pick of the litter before I choose the next recipient. So let me know what you think. AC's Drafting says, I'm thinking of getting the AMD 5900. Extra cores would be nice. Yeah, well, you better get a graphics card for that.
Very good looking machine.
Yeah, these cases are like $65. I think it's a pretty nice case. It's not the best case, but it's relatively small, lightweight, doesn't cost as much to ship. It's all updated, activated, and good to go. I just finished all the updates on that one 2 nights ago.
Okay.
So, let me see that, please. AC's Drafting says he has a 2060 GPU. Well, there you go. Yeah, as long as you got the graphics card, then AMD or Intel doesn't matter. But, boy, these graphics cards, so much money. And AC's Drafting contributed $20. And Patrick again contributed $5. He says, thank you again for your kindness. Well, thank you for your kindness, right? Patrick says, that will be fine. All right. Then I will get that shipped out to you Monday or Tuesday.
Nice.
I've already got his address. I got everything I need.
This coming week.
And
lucky Patrick.
Yeah.
Good machine. Yeah.
You'll have it in time for the holidays. Shipping costs done on weight. So that's one of the factors. Shipping cost is how heavy is it, how far is it going, and what size box. In other words, how much room is it going to take up in the truck? When Madi shipped me his computer from Florida, they put it in the biggest box, which is a 24-inch cubed box. And what they're supposed to do is lay the computer flat inside of the box and then cut the edges of the box so that you can fold it down. You want 2 inches of packing around the top, the sides, the bottom, the front, and the back, all the way, all 6 sides, right? Yeah, 6 sides, top, bottom, left, right, front, and back. 2 inches. So they can wrap it in bubble wrap, or if I have the original case box, it's always best to put the computer back in the box the case came in. But that case box wasn't designed for the weight of that case with all the components in it. So you lay that box flat into a bigger box, and they cut that down. And it's usually a 22-inch cube box. But for some reason, they put Madi into a 24-inch cube box, and they didn't cut it down. So instead of paying $120, it cost him $213, and he didn't get any insurance on it. He said, I want to make sure it's insured. And he said, yeah, he's told by the guy that works there, it's insured. Well, every FedEx package has a default $100 insurance. And, the graphics card alone was worth way more than that. Yeah. So technically he answered Madi correctly, but if that package would have been lost, they would have only been responsible for the $100 insurance because that's all he paid for. So that would have cost even more if he'd have added, $2,000 worth of insurance, or $1,700 would have significantly added. So all of the things, the insurance, whether or not you want a signature, once you've established a $500 or greater value, signature is mandatory. How far is it shipping? From Arizona to Florida is pretty far. But if I'm shipping to California, it's half the price. And then, of course, how much room does it take up on the truck? Just the size of the box is what cost Madi over $100 more, because the weight inside the box wasn't any different.
Right.
But the amount of room it took up in the truck significantly adds to the cost. So those 3 factors, weight, size of box, distance, and of course how you're shipping it. Are you going FedEx Ground, or are you going to go FedEx Express, which is air? Now you're looking at $300-400. So a lot of variables in that. Chris Garrett contributes $10. He says, Kerry, great job you do. This will help buy a pizza tonight. You feel like pizza?
There you go.
Chris is buying. Thank you, Chris.
And thanks for everyone for hanging out with us today. Again, these are unscripted, so we had some work that we wanted to do, but it's nice to have that board all updated and all caught up. And so now we're ready for the fan working, adding more fans and, yeah, getting that done.
Yeah, I might end up working on this off camera, only because I'm not quite sure how those fans, one of the things that
It's over there.
Was that where I put it?
Yeah.
So you see this box here?
Yeah.
Open that up, please. So because these are all RGB, there's only 2 RGB connectors on the Commander Pro fan controller back on the back of the motherboard tray. So I had to order these RGB hubs. They're specific to the Corsair for the fans that we have. And you could hook up to 6 fans. So what is my understanding is you give this power from the power supply, right? Because the LEDs need power. We have 13 fans. Each one of these is going to hold 6. And then out this end, it plugs into the Commander Pro, which has 2 outputs. But I think I can plug this into the next one, and that'll take care of 12 fans. That means these 8 and those 2. So that's going to max us out. We will use every single plug, and that's just the RGB. Then the Commander Pro has hopefully 12 connectors. I don't think it does for powering these fans, unless there's some way I can daisy chain the fans together that way. So I had to order 2 of these. You'd think for that price, for that case, it would have had everything I needed. But putting 8 fans in it is optional. You could also put 2 large fans, or you could not put any fans at all. It's very customizable. I still think for $550, they could have included these.
Yeah.
So I'm not quite sure how that wires up. I think I have an idea on how to do it. I'm going to do the updates on the smaller motherboard, and I have the Noctua heatsink to mount on there as well. So I might end up doing that off camera just so I can get it done.
Yep.
So I'm sorry today's show didn't turn out to be the completion of this, which is really what I was hoping for. But on the other hand, it's good to know it's all working good, and I can't wait till you see who's going to get it.
Yeah.
All right, guys. So thanks again for all the contributions. Thank you to Madi. He just contributed $20. He says, "Thank you, Kerry and Mitch. If I don't see you, have a good holiday." Oh, I'm sure we'll talk before then.
Yeah.
We're still a couple weeks away.
Oh, yeah.
And, of course, Hanukkah's over with, so that holiday's done. But the big one, here in the U.S., well, around the world, we will definitely have some more shows between now and then. So everybody who's contributed, Rick Lakes and Madi and Peter Laycock, and is my list, I bet my list isn't working still, right? Oh, we have some names in there. Chris Garrett, AC's Drafting, Patrick Rusaw, Planet Cryos. Thanks all of you and more. I don't have, those are the only names it's showing me. Thank you guys. And what did my phone beep? Is there something last minute? Somebody squeezing in here in the final seconds of the show? Oh, thank you. Okay, no, we're good. We're clear. I'm hungry.
Let's get out of here.
And I need those eye drops that we talked about, so I don't have to do this anymore.
Yeah.
I will try to be on camera more next week, but my priority, getting Patrick's computer out, getting Madi's computer out, and there's a third one I have to get out.
Yep.
So if I can get those out, that'll be the end of shipping for me for the rest of this year, and then that'll free me up for more time to make some more videos. So thanks for hanging in there. Hope you guys are having a good Friday.
Yeah.
The weekend lies ahead.
Be safe, be dry.
Yeah, stay out of the rain.
Stay out of the rain, and
And we'll see you all again real soon. Until then, bye for now.
Bye for now.